Hello, my name is Marcus. I'm the compiler of a collection of therapy quotes entitled 1001 Windmills of the Mind, a collection of advanced self-help quotes taken from what's often called the psychodynamic or the psychoanalytic perspective, which long ago, as I understand it, was referred to by some as philosophical medicine or narrative medicine, helping one to be their own story doctor. So we now have 10,000 of these types of quotes. They're not just typical self-help quotes. They're quotes that help you to make you more aware of yourself. Now when we say the self, okay, traditionally there's the unconscious self, or the repressed self, or the secret self, or the unknown self, or the double self, the one who walks with me, who's not like me, who is me. Someone's living my life, I know nothing about him. Yeah, the shadow self, or the shadow soul, etc. And then the regular conscious self that we're aware of. And that conscious self that we're aware of, ironically, believe it or not, the theory is it's a construction, it's a false self, it's a persona, it's a mask to deal with the pain of losing our authentic self, which is in the unconscious self. Okay, so in other words, this unconscious self is mainly associated with the freezing or the trauma around the child's authentic self, not feeling safe to blossom and grow and make it a part of himself. And we're meant to be more from this inside out, this authentic self, and that our doing comes from the inside. The feminine element, the feminine principle, the beingness, okay, the yin, the shakti, whatever you want to call it, this kind of at home within, this feeling self, this emotional body, this embodiment, okay, and so it's a richness like that, and you feel maybe a sort of a hum, or you feel a kind of a warmth or something. You feel calm within, you feel a home within, and from this place you have your feelings, your basic feelings, your primary feelings: joy, sadness, empathy, reparation, care, tenderness, affection, kindness. Those are the basic normal feelings that are there when the baby's not traumatized. And from this place of having feelings, then of course our behavior is ethical and moral and kind and virtuous like that. Because we're all one family. Yes, we're all traumatized at the same time, but we're aware that we're traumatized. So there's a compassion like that, there's an understanding like that, hence a compassion like that. Because we're conscious of our condition, of our traumatized state. We're all trauma survivors, we're homo traumicus. I think that's one way of putting it, let's just say. So this took place roughly 10,000 years ago, according to the theory, due to the mismanagement of our discoveries and our reactivity around it. We accidentally traumatized ourselves, and then we went from there, kind of thing. But we're conscious that we traumatize ourselves, and that's part of the innate drive for healing. So, we'll let me pick up on that point in a minute. So let's go back to the sort of the core basic premise here. Okay, so the word of the year by the Merriam-Webster Dictionary Company for last year, 2023, was authentic. So everybody's born, okay, I think no debate about this, we're all born with a uniqueness, a golden ball, the radiance of our feelings, the aliveness of our feelings, sense of embodiment, sense of home within, just described. This sense of beingness, or the serene, inexhaustible fullness of beingness, our authentic self, the real self, I feel our friend self, their ontological self, whatever you want to call this, at home within self. This, I don't know what it is, this energy from within self, the shakti, the yin, the resting, it's a calm kind of thing. So we're all born with this kind of thing. And embedded within the real self, each person has a little uniqueness about it. Okay, so the great spirit out there likes everything to be a little unique. It's kind of unique like that. The great spirit is pretty interesting like that. Even every leaf on a branch is unique, okay, and so on. Every speck of dust on the ocean and the sand is unique. It's interesting like that. Anyway, so people are the same. We're all a little unique. Now the uniqueness. But the thing is, with Homo sapien traumica, we used to be Homo sapien sapien, and we became Homo sapien traumicus 10,000 years ago. But we're still the Homo sapien part. So we're conscious of ourselves. Okay. So now with us, with people, we're conscious of our uniqueness, which we express inside out. And there's the bluebird of happiness Shirley Temples talks about. Okay, there's the path of heart, the meaning, the feeling, okay, the joy, and the loving life, etc. Okay, that's when we express our gifts, when we express our uniqueness. Now you need a consciousness of that to do so. You see, that's why you love animals, and even stray cats and dogs and any animal, a plant or a bird or whatever. You kind of generally like that because they're just being what they're meant to be. So we're meant to be but with us, we're conscious of it. Then we express it through our conscious of it. So it's like a conscious side of it all. Now with babyhood trauma, which is what we're trying to heal from, attachment trauma, relational trauma, interpersonal trauma, where the mother fails the baby. Difficult concept. I know a lot of people don't like this. The greatest hurt of all, mother failed me. And this is called the O Cunning Tale. I'm trying to understand why so many mothers are failing their babies. Why are so many mothers having a hard time understanding the baby's signals, creating a secure attachment with them, treating them as a little person with needs, and not transferring their past into the present and still dealing with their past. And the child gets lost in that process. That's an old cunning tale. And the child doesn't feel seen, doesn't get his needs met, he's terrified, thinks the mother's a monster, and he freezes up his soul. So that soul that we're talking about, okay, this embodiment, this sense of self. So we're just thinking of it in those kind of basic terms. So this beingness, okay, so that's mainly our self, okay. But the thing is, and then it goes into the unconscious. We're not aware of it anymore. It's repressed, it's unknown, dissociated, split off. Where is it? We had it, we're born with it, then we lost it. Okay, that losing, okay, in the Greek myth of Miss Core, Persephone, Demeter, okay, the maiden Miss Core, the core of ourselves, the authentic core, got pulled down. That's called repression. Okay, so that's one way of describing this trauma, that the core of a person, the authentic self of the person, got pulled down. Okay, so the earth opened up, she got yanked down. Okay, that just means repression. That just means the memory of the mother's failure and the child not getting the chance to feel safe to blossom and have himself. That memory got pressed down. The event got recorded in the survival brain, hence the pressing down effect. And we don't remember that early time, hence the idea of it being repressed. So someone called it the unthought known. It's known, but we can't think it. It's known, but we can't think it. That's the whole issue here. So it's repressed like this. Okay, now myths and fairy tales are very helpful in this area of giving us some validation and empathy about losing our authentic self, our true self, and all this. Okay, so in a myth or fairy, so back up a sec. So myths and fairy tales in general, okay, they're true on the inside. They're metaphors of what's going on inwardly. They're like dreams, basically. Okay, so you interpret a myth or a fairy tale like it's one long dream. Okay, so all these magical things you see in myths and fairy tales, flip-flopping and morphing and shape-shifting and poofing here, all this kind of stuff, that's code for how in the baby's brain, in the beginning, the baby's in a mentation called primary process mentation. Primary process thinking. This kind of thinking world, this primary mentation thinking world, okay, it's a different world in there. Okay, number one, there's no time. Baby doesn't understand time. Okay, it's pictorial and imaginal, so no words or symbols like that really. It's just all images. It's just wild images floating around, flipping around. It's kind of chaotic like that. Okay, so the cat in Alice in Wonderland says, "Oh yeah, it's mad in there. Don't expect any kind of conscious logic." Even Alice says, "Oh, up is down, left is right." So this is like hollow mirrors, house of mirrors. Things can flip-flop, things double think, things can shape-shift, and Quicksilver, it's over there. It's just topsy-turvy like that. A lot of morphing, a lot of shifting, and things are exaggerated, wildly exaggerated. Okay, you got double think, one thing can be there, then suddenly it's the opposite thing. You think it's that thing, then it's the opposite thing. So the double think and the flip-flopping is very active like that. Because the baby's just he's swimming in this kind of chaotic kind of world. There's no conscious logic. Forget about that. The only thing that people agree on about any kind of logic in terms of unconscious logic is that there's no time. The baby feels he's in infinity. It's infinite. There's no time. Like everything is just that moment. And what is that moment? Spaceless, expansiveness, cosmic. One with everything. He's the universe, like today's quote. So part of it is timelessness. Now, in that world, you don't know what something is because that can represent that or that can symbolize that. Things can condense to create a new image. You see, and then things can displace, so the feeling for one thing can be to another thing. And you think that thing represents the feeling. No, the thought or the image and the feeling can be fragmented. It's all kind of wild like that. It's called a primary process mentation. Okay, so we live in these two worlds: the primary mentation, and of course the reasonable secondary or conscious logic that we're familiar with. Okay, so we got secondary mentation, that's the reasonable, normal daily life, right? And the unconscious world that myths and fairy tales depict. Myths and fairy tales by the storytellers describe our unconscious world. See, they're storytellers. They're trying to tell us about our trauma. So we feel this uncanny appeal or interest in these myths and fairy tales because they're talking about what's going on in the brain, okay, when the baby's traumatized. Remember, we're homo traumicus. So when we became traumatized version of ourselves 10,000 years ago, because of this innate drive for healing, the philosophers came on the scene, the storytellers came on the scene. Okay, and then you got guys like Lao Tzu and Confucius and Buddhas and all these kind of guys, teaching us about the humanity of ourselves. So that's an attempt to heal. So this innate drive for healing. So we wounded ourselves, and now we're trying to heal ourselves. And this project of healing ourselves has been going on, the theories, for the past 10,000 years. And then the ancient philosophers, like Confucius and so on, then it went up to like the playwrights, I guess. Then the literature people like the Ibsens and the Goethes and all the poets, of course. And then from the poets, you got the interpretive literature like Goethe and all that. And then finally, about 100 years ago, we got some new, fresh, new spring, where Mr. Freud synthesized what Goethe and others have said and try to repackage it and give some new terms. And he gave the whole thing a boost because he was able to synthesize and bring together a lot of scattered ideas. And that gave a lot of encouragement, I think, at that time. And then, of course, we got a problem with the translation. But luckily, thousands of people have waded through it, and it prompted a lot of people to think about this area, about the unconscious and how do we heal, how do we know ourselves, how do we have narrative medicine, to get empathy. So we're looking for a free. So what we're trying to do is what you see in the Inside Out film. If on the SkyTrain, if I see it passing by, there's an ad for Inside Out 2 on the SkyTrain here. So you can see in that film Inside Out 2 a couple of the basic points. Okay. We see that the authentic self embraces the opposites. So at the conclusion of the film, you saw the confusion like that. Riley, the character Riley, was saying, "Gee, am I okay? Am I not okay? Am I kind? Am I cruel? Am I happy? Am I like what?" Like she was flipping between two sides, because in babyhood trauma we use splitting, either or. That's like a panic that the baby engages in, either or. No, it's not like that. In healing, you have a self and the mother's a person, and you can hold the dimensionality of it. So then when the two either or, those concepts got removed, and the space was created for a new sense of self that was the both and. Then she could apologize, then she was successful, then she could love, play, and work was successful, and she was happy like that. But to get to that conclusion of the third side of the coin, the way, the middle way, temperance, the golden mean, okay, the third side of the coin, okay, this three-dimensionality of ourselves, nothing is either or, okay. So to get to that conclusion, where you're able to identify the two sides and hold the two sides. Remember Inside Out 2, they did that group hug? That was like containing yourself, like holding yourself. Not splitting, oh, it's either or, no, either or, like that's trauma. See, the splitting comes from the baby. When the baby's nursing, it's a question of heaven and hell, heaven or hell. Baby can't do heaven or under heaven over hell. It's no ambivalent. Baby, it's got to be paradise or he's in hell. Baby thinks in those kind of extreme terms, unfortunately, right? So I'll pick up on that in a minute. So how did we get to that place where Riley was able to find the third way? I mean, the middle way, the golden mean. How did he get to that place where he could know that there's two sides and then recognize it's not an either or, it's something new, that's a synthesis that holds the two? How did he get to that place? Well, two of the key scenes is the stream of consciousness image. Okay, that's the broccoli. You got the broccoli raft, like the little boat there. They hopped on it. By the way, it took some time to find it, and then there was a fear to get on it. Okay, that's code for the resistance we have to free associate. Okay, so the therapy process is you say what comes to mind, and then you get back your feelings, called the abreaction, and then you get new understandings and things. So first you gotta be willing to free associate. So that stream of that river they showed you, and they hopped on the broccoli boat. Okay, then they went back to the mind. That meant the unconscious. Okay, so that's called free association. Now we don't see Riley on the surface on the couch talking to a shrink, talking about that. We just see what's going on in the unconscious. We just see that part. So the film's not perfect in that sense, you know. I was saying in a previous video, ideally there'd be like a split screen, and you'd see Riley talking to somebody, taking notes, and you'd see what's going on underneath while she's talking on the surface, while she's mourning. And then when the boat got to the end, okay, then the avalanche scene, then you'd see Riley on the surface crying and wailing like this, because it's a huge relief to be able to feel now what you couldn't have felt back then. Baby can't feel all that trauma. Baby can't process that trauma. He can't even think it. That's the scarecrow. Remember the scarecrow couldn't think it, no brain? You couldn't even think it. And then you lost your heart, the Tin Man. You don't feel embodied, the lion. Like, whoa, that's deep soul fragmentation, that Wizard of Oz image, right? So finally, when you ride the broccoli boat back like that, that's the key scene. You were able to free associate, so you said what comes to mind, you said what comes to mind, so the boat was going back, and then finally, because you were able to stay on the boat, not, you know, then you could, they have what's called, the jargon is abreaction, like in a proper, normal purification or healing catharsis, like a genuine, not a sham one, not a fake one, not beating the pillow, not that stuff. Not the self-help tricks or something. It's a genuine release where now you're feeling what you couldn't have felt back then, because you spoke about it, you felt safe with somebody, and the safety, when you feel safe, the old feelings can come up. When you feel safe, if you feel scared, that doesn't take place. So the healing journey's got to feel safe with somebody. Okay, so one line says, grief is healed when it's witnessed by a caring other. Oh, okay, sorry. Oh yeah, this is typical of me. You'll see me distracted. I might see things out the window, get distracted. Yeah, luckily this room isn't being used today, so I'm so glad for that. Yeah, lesson learned. I went to the mall last time. It's kind of chaotic doing it in the mall. I was trying to make it work in the mall because they have my favorite pumpkin soup over there. Just this little tiny, it's like a little appetizer almost, but it's organic, it's the real deal. Oh my God, it's like real food. Oh, I had to go. It's just so much noise and distractions and people and things, and it's kind of hard doing it in the mall. So I go to the opposite end. I go in the opposite direction and come to this end here. Okay, never mind about my logistics. Yeah. Well, yeah. See, okay. Let me let me include this before I forget. I have anxiety. You'll see my anxiety. I have not been analyzed, so I haven't even really rode that broccoli boat and experienced the abreaction. You know, so I'm not a shrink professor, midwife, doula, gynecologist. I don't have a master's degree, and I never studied counseling. I never studied psychology. Nothing like that. I only have a BA. I'm the compiler of the quotes. Keep that in mind. So I'm trying to learn this myself. Your mission, should you choose to accept it, is to relate the quotes to yourself directly. It's between you and the quotes. If by rare chance my discussion is possibly helpful to anyone, that's a bonus. I'm not thinking in those terms, because I know very well that if somebody's anxious, you're not going to really learn. We have a good quote about 2 years ago. Semrad, Elvin Semrad, yeah, said it. Therapy doesn't take place when the shrink is more nervous than the client, something like that. Because the idea in healing is, okay, if the shrink has his embodiment and the client's trying to get back his feelings, that's called the firebird. Remember the ashes in the phoenix, the firebird? See, in trauma, it's like the ashes like that. Your soul is all lost like that, dried up like that. Okay, when you get back your feeling, that's riding the firebird. It's the phoenix like that. Now, in order to get that emotional knowing, that firebird, the vibrant radiance of the flames of the firebird, that's like the feelings are coming back into you. It's coming back into your body. It's kind of amazing like that. That powerful image about getting back your feelings called the firebird, right? The phoenix riding from the ashes, right? Remember, myths and fairy tales are metaphors for inner dynamics. Anytime you hear a myth or fairy tale, any kind of magical wild story, that's all code, metaphor for psychological dynamics. Okay, this primary mentation that we're talking about. Okay, so like this stuff, like people talking about aliens and things like, okay, no, that means it was trauma. Okay, the moment you hear someone say, "Oh, alien came to Earth 10,000 years ago and did all these bad things, now we're so confused," okay, stop it. Okay, I agree with Janoff. I'm not sure who he was quoting or reading or something, but or maybe it's his own idea. But if the baby's traumatized, okay, when he comes out of the uterus, his whole world is the mother. He expects and has this innate expectation that he'll be nursed, seen, held, soothed, comforted, accepted, understood, supported for his growth and development. He has this that's all that's in his mind. Find the mother and have that experience. He's born to latch on, attach, have a secure attachment, and go through what's called the developmental separation individuation process, where he's one with the mother, starts to hatch out, explores, and finds himself at age 3, psychological birth ballpark. So that's his innate expectation, to latch onto the mother and feel safe with her and have a rhythm of safety with her. If the mother hurts him, the baby's so confused by this, it's totally out of his world. It's an alien thing, put it that way. From the baby's perspective, for the mother to hurt him, from his perspective, that's out of the world of the baby's conception. That's like an alien. Okay, so in his brain, he creates an image like that to manage to understand what happened here. Okay, so he'll have like a frightening image in his mind that's going to hurt him, and because that image represents his rage, because he's one with the mother. So if he's enraged, the mother's enraged. Mother hurts him, he's got an enraged, devouring monster creature that wants to hurt him, wants to eat him, devour him, like the Cyclops, okay, in the Odyssey, or the Boar Queen in White-Bearded King Balamander. So the witch won't eat me, in the Hansel and Gretel kind of things. Or it's the guy with the horns, or any kind of frightening entity. This theme can take in infinite forms. But in the baby's brain, he's creating an image of something wild like that. Okay, something to contain his rage. Because of the fusion, they're one. Baby and the mother are one. So if he's enraged, mother's enraged. Mother hurts him. He's enraged at that. He's shamed and enraged by that. Creates some kind of monster, kind of creature like that. Okay, so later on, when people are trying to heal, they might feel, I don't know, I think there's aliens out there. Yeah, they came here and they hurt me, they hurt people, they hurt me. Like, yeah, so that's called projection. So these people who say, oh yeah, 10,000 years ago, aliens came and they hurt us. Okay, that's projection. Means in the nursery, mother hurt them. That's it. Okay, okay, remember primary mentation, Alice in Wonderland thinking? It's wild imagery like that, right? So he'll end up with an image in his brain of some kind of alien-like violent creature that's threatening, it's enraged, it's shame, it's fiery, it's hot, it's hurting him. That's how the baby feels. That's how the baby feels about his mother, and condenses it and makes an image like that called the imago. It's not the mother. Nobody's saying the mother's so hurtful like that. But you gotta have empathy for the baby. Empathy for the baby. When the baby comes out of the uterus, it's a question of heaven or hell. He can't understand the humanness of it yet. He doesn't understand the earthliness of it yet. It's heaven or hell. So there's your mythology right off the bat. He's got to be in paradise. Okay, and if there's a mistake by the mother, okay, there's no time, no mother. He's a goner. He's terrified. Mother terrorized him. He's enraged. Mother's a monster. Wants to hurt him, eat him. He's in the oral phase. Mother's going to devour him because he's in the baby's in what they call the oral phase, kind of taking in his experiences, okay, receiving from the mother and recording his experience and internalizing the interpersonal with the mother. All that's oral, not just about feeding milk and all. It's just the relationship is recorded inwardly as kind of like an oral kind of thing. Okay, so he's in that kind of phase. If that's all missing and that's all problematic, he's going to feel enraged, and he thinks that the mother is like him. He needs to take it. No, the mother wants to take him. He's enraged, and the mother's enraged. So you end up with a devouring monster that wants to eat the baby, kind of thing. So that can take any kind of form, including the alien kind of image. Okay, so in conclusion, okay, if you hear a speaker saying, "Oh yeah, 10,000," yeah, the reason we're all so dysfunctional is because 10,000 years ago, aliens came on this planet and and then did these bad things, mess with people or whatever, and that's what happened. Okay, come on, seriously, Jesus Christ. There's so much psychology. We can see the inference that this is code for inner dynamics. It's interesting that women are more likely to bleed, and that implies the greater resistance women have to admitting that they hurt their babies and they were hurt by their mother. Because women, apparently someone said women have a harder time separating from their mothers. I'm not going to enter that topic at the moment, but where were we? Before I went off on that tangent, where was I? Oh, Jesus. I was talking about the nice new venue here, going to the mall. I kind of want to stay on track. I don't want to do this thing where I go off on little tangents all the time. I want to keep the main thread, and if I go off, I want to come back to the main thread, right? Maybe it'll, hold on a second, where was it? Let's see. Let's just take a little stretch here. Yeah, okay, like if we were, we were talking about inside out, right? About psychoanalysis. So the storytellers came on the scene, right? The storytellers came on the scene, giving us stories about our inner life, our inner world, so we can know that we're traumatized, so we feel some recognition like that. How about the spider, the window washers there? Oh, there they are. Oh, yeah. You probably can't see them, you know. Like, oh, hey, can you see it through there, right? There's a mirror there. Oh, it's a clearish day. Okay, sorry, I'm not sure. Okay, that's okay. We'll just pick up on another thread here. So let me save this thread. Hang on. So we were talking about the basic issue, that the baby had, the word of the year by the Merriam-Webster Dictionary Company was authentic. So we're all born with this authentic self, this beingness and all this. Okay. Now when the child experiences attachment trauma with the mother, remember, the baby needs a safe attachment, needs a paradise with her. Okay, if the mother doesn't establish this secure rhythm of safety with the baby, that's attachment trauma. Okay, so that's called an insecure attachment style, relational trauma, interpersonal trauma. Now remember, the key point here is the baby must accept and internalize the pain with the mother to have a mother. The baby would rather be abused and tortured by his mother than have no mother. He'd be a total goner without a mother. So if he's going to be abused by the mother, okay, from his perspective, he's persecuted by the mother, by what she's doing. Okay, so just quickly, what is she doing? Why are so many mothers doing this damage to their babies? Well, number one, they didn't read the book called Babies Are Human Beings. They didn't read Virginia Satir's poem, I Am Me, Og Mandino's poem, Nature's Greatest Miracle, okay, Gibran's poem on children. Maybe they're missing something here. That's trite, I think. No, that's not enough. The issue is, if the mother herself is dealing with a lot of pain from her childhood, she can't see the present properly for what it is. For her, all time is the past because of the timelessness of the trauma in that brain, and that's the power of the unconscious. Okay, the unconscious, like the puppet master. Okay, so, okay, I remember now. So we were talking about the self, the difference between the authentic self and the false self. Like when we say know thyself and all this, you got the conscious false self. What you know about yourself, that's mostly a trance. It's a scaffolding of defense mechanisms, okay, that lets you drive a car or pay the bills or get. You can be successful in the world. You can still get 10 medals, 10 PhDs, write 10 hit songs. You can still do all the things out there in the world, right? With the false self. But we live to the extent that we feel. We live to the extent that we're connected to our beingness and our embodiment. We live to the extent that we feel at home within, kind of thing. So you got the authentic, you got the real, put it in simple terms, real self, false self. Okay, that's the huge issue. So when you say know thyself, okay, there's sort of like a totality concept that's subdivided into the real self and the false self. The false self is also known as the mask or the persona or the defensive self. That's a good one, the defensive self. You're always in kind of a defensive mode. You're always kind of protecting yourself from the pain of the trauma, the memory of the pain of the trauma. Okay, and you're reliving the past and the present, so you're in defensive mode all the time. The baby adopted defense mechanisms with the mother. You recreate that in the present, and you're using those defense mechanisms, those bundle of defense mechanisms, package it up. It's kind of like a personality character set or something. That's like your false self. It's to deal with the past, how you cope with the past, and you're stuck repeating it again and again in this kind of infinite loop called the repetition compulsion, which we'll get to in a minute. Actually, yesterday in the mall, despite the faults in that video, I did cover, you know what, 2 videos ago, I think, in the Swan place, I kind of ran through, I think I spent more time on the repetition compulsion. So if I don't cover it here in this video, kind of refer you to 2 videos ago, the outdoor one, the 5-hour video. I think I did a more fuller job on it. Okay, but so intuitively you can sense this sort of pain like this, that if there's a gap between we're in our head in the false self, but our feeling self is frozen in the past, but we're living through this airy false self kind of thing, with all these ideas and all this, we're too much in our head, let's say, and we're not really feeling our feelings like this. And when you live in the false self, you see what's very active in the false self is a mechanism known as rationalization and intellectualization. Okay, excuses to make you unaware of the pain. Okay, excuses or false beliefs or beliefs to make you to hide and camouflage your pain. That's called, and this could be like a lot of twisting, and Rothstein calls it the BPD amalgam, where you can hedge and forget and make excuses to fool yourself and others, all that to keep you away from the pain. So there's a lot going on in the false self kind of thing. Anyways, there's an inherent sense that there'd be this kind of psychic pain if your feeling self is frozen and you're living with this false self stuff. Okay, so and you go through the first half of life, mainly in the false self, not aware that there's pain of the loss of the true self. Now, when the baby loses the true self, when his soul gets frozen, okay, so what happens is, what does the baby do when the mother hurts him? Okay, I'm not going to run through the whole list of cunning tales around how and why a mother hurts the baby. That's a 10-hour video, but it's called the O Cunning Tales, okay, by Emily Dickinson. Okay, the baby had a great hope. A great hope fell. You heard no noise. The wreckage was within. O cunning tale that let no witness in. Baby can't think it. Scarecrow. So that O cunning tale issue. Okay, mainly the O cunning tale is that the mother transferred her past in the present and staged and reenacted her past because she's trying to remember her past. Something happened, but she doesn't know it. So you repeat it and replay it, hoping to know it. So she's trying to get her story, she's trying to know her past, so she restages it. Now, when there's so much pain in the early brain, that's a survival issue. So she's always in survival, basically. So in the new situation, it's just a new edition of the past, the replay of the past, the reenactment of the past. The past is called the presenting past, because you're going to present the past to the present, and the present becomes like a new edition of the past, a new replay of the past. So the mother's going to reenact what had happened to her in the present with her baby, okay? But this time, she doesn't play herself. She casts her own baby in the role of her as a baby. All right, baby, she says, I'm going to play my past over again. I'm going to pretend emotionally I'm back in the nursery, but this time you're going to play me crying for love. I'm going to play the shaming mother says no to me. Now you're playing me, so I'm going to say no to you. Now the truth is, baby, after I hurt you the way my mother hurt me, I am angry at her, and I hate her for that. So I'm going to see you as the mother, I'm going to show my hate towards you. Oh my God, that's a huge old cunning tale. The poor baby can't say, Mother, hold the phone here. Please hold the phone here. I'm neither you nor your mother back in the nursery. I'm your baby who needs your love here. Mother doesn't get it. Yes, with the false self, she understands the baby's the baby. But we're talking about emotionally, how she's going to relate and psychologically relate to the baby. Okay, she's still in the past, repeating what happened. Okay, so let's just do that quickly then. So let's imagine this mother was a baby. Okay, she cried for love from her mother. The mother shamed her due to her old cunning tale. Okay, now she's frozen like that. Now, what commonly happens is when the baby is severely traumatized, he identifies with the aggressor and rejects himself. Okay, so that means when a woman rejects herself, it's repressed. When something's repressed, it's projected to not know that it's when. It's called projection. So now this mother, decades later, has a baby. She's going to replay that interaction that she had with her mother, again in the present, but she's the aggressor, and her helpless baby is going to play her when she was helpless, and she's going to replay the whole thing. Where so that's called repetition compulsion. She's going to cast the role. She's going to see and project that memory that she was a baby crying for love, but she represses and denies it and projects it onto the baby. Now the baby is going to play that role in a thing called evocation of a proxy. Remember, proxy means someone who plays a role for you, does something for you, has an identity of yours, okay, does something for you, etc. So the mother proxifies her, makes the baby a proxy of her, basically. So in other words, baby mother, it's just so unreal. Maybe that's why it's fun. Like it's just such a mistake. Like we can see this and we can observe this and heal ourselves, you know. So the mother, it's sad at the same time, but it's so. If we see it, we're gonna laugh because it doesn't need to be like that. We don't need to repeat. We don't need to recreate the past and the present because we're still fighting with our mother in the past. We're not making sense like that. So we just a little awareness, a little feeling, a little recognition, read a little psychoanalysis, get this collection, read the comic psychoanalysis, read Masterson, read Karen Horney, read whatever psychoanalytic authors you like, Grotstein, Ogden, Althea Horner, just read some of that stuff, and it kind of clicks in a little bit, right? It's a 10 minutes a day kind of exercise. It takes a while. It takes a while, of course. Now I haven't done this myself, so I'm just. Okay, let me pause on that thought. I'm trying to analyze why I was laughing. Like, why did I find it funny? Like, why is intergenerational trauma is not funny? Maybe because I'm at a distance talking about it, and it seems so unnecessary. So sometimes I try to analyze myself while I make mistakes. Sometimes I'm successful. On occasion, I get a block kind of thing. Okay, let me finish the point. Maybe I'll come back to it. So the mother has a baby. Says to the baby, in effect, "All right, baby. This is a new situation here. Now, in every new situation, I'm going to replay the only record I have in my brain, this severe trauma that I experienced with my mother. Now, I don't want to replay myself and feel the pain that my mother gave me, because so what I did originally, baby, was I became the shaming mother who shames myself. Now, it's too painful for me to shame myself, so I'm going to trick myself to be unaware that I'm shaming myself if I see you as me. So baby, you're going to play me. I'm going to play the shaming mother. I'm going to reject you the way my mother rejected me. I'm doing this, baby, A, because I identified with a mother to have a mother. Okay, B, it's basic attachment. I got to have a mother. I don't want to feel so pained by her, so I became her. And the huge cost is I got to project my soul onto others and shame them the way mother shamed me. I'm sorry, baby. I developed a stinger personality pattern because I'm going to replay the mother hurt on me. But to make me unaware of that, I'm going to hurt you to distract me that I'm feeling the recall of mother hurting me. Now, at the same time, a double insult to injury, baby. I'm sorry, but the truth is, I originally, still had this need for mother's love. I'm enraged at her. I didn't get her love, and I became enraged at her. And I developed a fantasy, baby, that when I was a baby, that with my rage and my oral phase, that I thought in my fantasy, okay, Alice went on a fantasy, that I'm going to gobble up the mother. I'm going to possess her, gobble her up, so I can control it, possess it, and make it stable, and so it can love me. I had this kind of wild fantasy like that. Again, Alice in Wonderland. Now, baby, I still have this fantasy. This is unfinished business of mine with the mother. So, baby, I'm sorry. First, you just played me and I shamed you because I was the aggressive mother. Now, I'm going to play me. Flip-flop, hocus pocus, auto-hypnosis, shape-shifting, and morphing quicksilver. Baby, you're now going to play the role, proxy, of my monster mother who hurt me back in the nursery. And I'm going to play myself and continue my battle with my mother. So I'm going to fight with you now, baby. So I'm going to hate you and control you because I want to, I'm still in this, I still have this hope to get mother's love. Okay, so Janov says, post-trauma, we live with the unconscious hope, unconscious, relentless, unreal hope for the fulfillment of those old unfulfilled needs. Now, when the baby originally, back with this mother when she was a baby herself, okay, she had this hope to get mother's love. Now, it was failed, but she still had the hope. A lot of pain around it, but she got enraged. Everything's frozen now. Okay, everything's fossilized and frozen, etc. Jeez. Oh, I got a staff meeting beside me here. Let me, maybe I can just, let me change my chair here. Hold a second. Maybe I can do it this way. Huh? What about, how's lighting this way? If I do it this, is that okay, like this? Oh, there's a whole bunch of them coming. Oh. Let's see. Is that sort of okay? I'm gonna get distracted if I see people just to my side like that. Oh, it's too dark. Or, oh, a second. It's the same thing, right? Oh, they're having a full thing there. How can I, see, we're just looking right at each other, almost. So I just wanna not feel distracted. Okay. Oh, hang on, what about this? Is that gonna work? If I do it like, oh, that's okay, right? Yeah, okay, let's try that. Let's just turn this on. Okay, one of these two angles should work. Okay, let's just try this. Yeah. So the mother herself, okay, she had the need for mother's love. The mother needed a secure attachment style with her mother. The mother needed to feel safe with her in a rhythm of safety. She needed a blissful oneness. That mother herself, when she was a baby, she needed a safety with her, so she could be herself, leave her and know herself. That's the natural order, state of affairs in psychological, emotional development, human development. It's supposed to be like that. Every baby is expected and has the basic need to be securely seen, held, loved, soothed, accepted by the mother. Now, if those things are failed, you see, of course the baby feels shamed by this. That's why when Miss Core got pulled down, she got pulled down into the underworld. So the hell that she felt, remember heaven or hell, she felt hell, okay, that's a metaphor for the emotion of shame. Just as said before, myths and fairy tales are metaphors for inner dynamics. Shame is an emotion, it's an inner dynamic. Okay, shame is related to your identity. When the identity is rejected by the mother, we naturally feel shame. Shame is this burning, biting feeling. So the storytellers would create this scene of a hell. So hell is a metaphor for the emotion of shame. Now, shame and rage are linked. So he's enraged by this, so he sees the mother as an enraging kind of creature. So the person who pulled down Miss Core is this enraging kind of fellow called Mr. Devil Guy. Okay. Now, The baby wanted to live, L-I-V-E. The mother robbed it. So you can reverse it, E-V-I-L. So the devil is evil, so the baby sees that the devil, okay, the imago, it's not real, it's just some image he makes up. Some frightening, dangerous, reddish, fiery kind of image. The storytellers would use fire for shame and rage, right? So there's this image like that. So the storytellers created this character who reversed the child's need to go L-I-V-E, and you reverse spell L-I-V-E, it's E-V-I-L. So you got this character who took away the baby's life force. So he now identifies with the aggressor and then repeats that onto others. So that's why he's so negative towards others. So then you say, oh, this person's evil or something. Well, because he constantly rejects others the way his mother rejected him. He doesn't have pleasure in other people's success. He's got schadenfreude. He hates it. So that's why people with narcissism and the bully pattern, iago pattern, all these cynical types and sarcastic types, negative types, they're always considered sometimes like that. Okay, that's code for the mother didn't allow them to L-I-V-E. Okay, she took it away, and the baby becomes her and does it to himself again and again, and he's doing it to others to distract him of how he's doing it again and again to himself. Okay, so you create a character called Mr. Devil or Mr. Evil or Mr. whatever. Okay, that's just code for this. Okay, these dramatic phrases like devil, Satan, Lucifer, okay, that's just code for, okay, drum roll please, paging Sandra Frenzy, paging Frenzy, paging Frenzy. Okay, that's code for Frenzy here. Where's Frenzy? Oh, he's busy. Okay. Okay, it's code for Frenzy's term called identification with the aggressor. The mother was the aggressor. He can't be himself anymore. The baby can't be himself anymore. So he's going to be the aggressor, the mother. Now, repetition compulsion, in every new situation, he's the aggressor, doing to others what his mother did to him, and then hates the person he just victimized because he hates his mother for doing that, while he is the mother who does that. You see, how does the baby have a mother, okay, act like the mother, at the same time hate her if he is her? If he is the mother, how does he hate her at the same time? Hence, okay, the proxies play first his soul, which he shames, then the proxy plays the mother whom he hates. So he shames and hates others the way his mother did that to him. Because of the fusion, things flip-flopping like this. Okay, identification with the aggressor. Let's clarify this point. So we're talking about our imaginary mother, who when she was a baby, she needed a secure attachment style, rhythm and safety with her mother, her reverie, and so on. That was failed. He was enraged. Okay, that mother in her brain created a monster image, a frightening image, whatever it is, alien, frightening, dangerous, devil, kind of scary image. Okay, her core self got pulled down. Okay, now she feels the shame and the rage like this. So, to have a mother that minimizes the pain of being victimized by her if he is her. Mr. Freud called that the passive and active flip thing. The baby was the passive victim, and then was the active aggressor. So the baby would rather be the hammer than the nail kind of thing. Right? So. Well, thank God they're kind of quietish next door. That's great. Oh yeah, if later on I'll take a peek on the 30th floor to show you the view. I can only do it if there's no guests at the pool part. If there's nobody there, I'll show you the view, the skyline. It's a clear day, so yeah, we'll get a view today. Yeah. This is a cute little. This is a funny hotel. This is a newish. Why am I telling you about the hotel? This is a new spiffy kind of hotel, a nice place, you know. Okay, so we're talking about imaginary mother, right? This imaginary mother has a baby, and she's going to replay what had happened to her. So let's do burglar's record metaphor quickly here. Okay, so that mother, back to the same mother we're talking about, when she was a baby herself, she grooved in etched in, stenciled in, grooved into the brain, this neural circuit. Now, since there's no time, therefore it's infinite. Called repetition compulsion. It spins around infinitely, skips around infinitely, because because the baby's brain doesn't understand time, and there's a trauma in that brain, and that time is an issue of survival for the baby. So this has got this timeless issue of survival like this. So imagine this groove, okay, representing the interaction. Memories are relational. Baby, mother, relationship. It's a relational memory. So he has a memory. When he has a memory, there's a relationship. He had a need, mother said no. It's a memory like that. That's grooved in, etched in. There's even a name for the chemicals, catecholamines, or I forgot exactly. They even identified some chemical that kind of seals in this kind of memory neural experience that takes place, that grooved in, pressed down into the survival brain. Remember, the survival brain only cares about survival, right? Okay. I mean the survival part of the brain. Remember, we have three parts, the famous triune brain, the three-in-one brain, the brain with three parts. The first, earliest part, okay, the amygdala, the brainstem, the spine, like that's only like survival like that. That's why that part of the brain is nicknamed the crocodile brain, the iguana brain, the salamander brain, okay, the chameleon brain, the gecko brain, or dinosaur brain, any kind, because those creatures only care about survival. So that part of the brain is often nicknamed like that. I'm using the iguana just to lighten things up a bit. Okay, so the iguana and all those, they don't care about love and family and affection and feelings and play, and like they only care about the instinct of survival and reproduction. That's all they think about. They don't even think of it. It's just this raw, primitive dinosaur instinct or something. That's the brain, iguana brain. That's just a part of the brain, right? Now you don't want to live by that all the time, because we're the feeling beings. We're feeling people. But the feelings are frozen. Then you go back to the amygdala area. That's a life of reactivity, and you're not making sense. We've climbed down from the trees. Play monkey bars by Coney Hatch. When are you going to realize we've already climbed down from the trees? So the idea is to realize that we're traumatized so we can heal ourselves. Took millions or billions of years, whatever it is, to grow, to become the mammal, the feeling. Okay, so we're even way beyond that, because we grew the cortex. So we're the only ones. Plus, we're hominids, and we grew the cortex, so we're very more advanced like this. Right? So we have the ability to recognize that we're traumatized. We even have the ability to recognize that we can't recognize that we're traumatized, and we can recognize that. And that leads towards recognizing that we're traumatized. So we can be conscious of ourselves. We can heal, because we have this consciousness of ourselves. That's built in. That having that means we can heal it. We can heal it with our consciousness. Okay. So we want we need the consciousness related to the conscious ego. Now the conscious ego, okay, is frazzled up and damaged in the scarecrow. That's why we want to give the scarecrow brain. Okay, so the first things first, give the scarecrow brain, then the heart for the tin man, and the embodiment for the lion, and the three line up. Things sort itself out. Okay. Yesterday I did the Wizard of Oz bit a little bit. Let's not do it this time here. So we're talking about identification with the aggressor, right? So when that mother was traumatized, that's how the baby copes. She becomes the shaming mother, rejects himself, and sees it outwardly. And in the repetition compulsion, she plays the mother who shames himself to avoid the pain of it, or to distract themselves of the pain of it. They find proxies to shame, thinking, oh, they shamed themselves by shaming the proxy. That tricks them. They didn't shame themselves. Yes, they shamed themselves. They're just unaware of it. Now, the confusing thing about this, the very confusing about this, is they like it. I mean, they're addicted to it. Sorry, they're addicted to it. Because originally in the uterus, okay, today's quote about the bliss, the baby and the mother are in a blissful state. They're in an ecstasy, oceanic ecstasy kind of thing, they said, today's quote. He's in a blissful kind of state. And if he becomes the shaming mother, that means that bond is still there. Now, it's a trauma bond, it's a painful bond, but embedded within it is that blissful feeling. And that's what he gets. That's the blip that he gets, the safety of the oneness of the mother. So the pain of it all, it's numbed over, plus he sees someone else expresses his pain. So the combination of someone else proxifying, externalizing, seeing his pain externalized, that's a defense against not feeling the pain within. because he thinks someone else is expressing his pain in proxy form. Remember, proxy is someone who feels for you. So someone else feels for you, you think. Okay. The rest of your pain is numbed over with the endorphins called a swoon. Emily Dickinson, there's a pain so utter, it swallows substance up, and his core gets pulled down, then the baby goes in a swoon. That's the endorphins, the numbing, sleepwalking, numbing, trance. Okay, so he's in a trance, numb, doesn't feel it. That's why he might drink or something. If his brain chemistry runs out, he buys drinks to keep the numbing going on. That's not to mean that everybody who drinks is kind of... Okay, so different degrees in that area. We don't have a thread on that, although we did cover some quotes recently. Let me double check the battery. The battery's holding up, good, okay, 246. Okay, we still got time, so let's clean up this introduction here. I feel like I'm scattered a little bit. Let's just do the best we can here. So we're still talking about this imaginary mother, right? So that mother, when she was a baby herself, okay, identified with the aggressor because she said to herself, "Mother, do I have to give up me to be loved by you? Do I have to sacrifice my development, my soul? Do I have to freeze it up, repress it, and then to have a connection with you? Is that what I got to do?" Sorry, her mother, the grandma, okay, the oldest, the grandma, I'm sorry. I can't love you because I wasn't loved, and intergenerational trauma. Oh, geez, mother, cripe, yikes. So this mother identifies with the aggressor. Her soul is pain, unconscious guilt, unconscious shame, is repressed, so much pain, feels no good, feels shame, all this defectiveness. Then you say others are no good. Okay, so you feel bad or no good. You feel incompetent, you feel incapable, you feel defective, you feel unlovable, all this awful stuff, right? So you say others are that, okay? Because that's what you thought your mother said to you. That's what that mother thought her mother had said to her. Back when she was looking for mother's love, mother rejected her. Mother, you're rejecting me. Am I no good or something? You reject me. The baby interprets that as a mother saying, you're no good. The baby takes it upon himself to believe that, to have the connection to the mother. All right, mother, I'm not going to argue with you. I'll be one with you and mimic you. And if you say I'm no good, I'm no good. And that's how we're connected. And the mother goes along with this because that mother is using her daughter in a symbiosis. That mother herself didn't get symbiosis. So she's using the baby to get her symbiotic needs using the baby. So that mother, this grandma, the oldest one, is now uses the mother. So a mother has a baby. And this baby might say at some point, hey, mother, I have my own initiative here. The Great Spirit gave me an identity. I'm going to start to have my own thoughts and develop like that. Some others freak out and say, oh, no, you don't. With me or against me. Some others are like a mafia crazy thing, right? Like, so baby freaks out. No, mother, I'll sacrifice myself to please you because I see that you need me to mother you. You need me to soothe you and be there for you so you can feel safe and you enjoy this blissful feeling because you never got it with your mother, so you got to parentify me. Fine, I'll be the parent for you. Fine, I'll try to save you. Fine, I'll be your mother. So the babies will do this sacrifice like this. Mother goes, oh, good baby, good baby. She rewards symbiotic regression and punishes the child's autonomy. Okay, that's what Alice means when she said I had to fight for the right to have my own thoughts. Okay, the baby had to fight for the right to have his own thoughts. He failed. He was overpowered by the mother. And the trick the mother does is, oh yeah, baby, you're going to be initiative like that? You're going to be yourself like that? Well, I'm going to ignore you. I'm going to withdraw. You see, that mother is afraid of being alone. So the trick is she says, you're going to be alone. Knowing the baby can't, that sticks the baby, they stick together tighter. Then the mother never feels alone because of the trauma bond and the brainwashing, because now that baby will be terrified to ever have their own thoughts to separate from her. The mother loves a good baby, good baby. So what a soul trauma. So what does that baby do? Okay, her soul, Miss Core gets pulled down, the soul is petrified, turned to stone, a velveteen rabbit, numb, exile, another land, okay, Rapunzel in a tower, Snow White in a coma, all these images in innocent fairy tales where the beingness of a person is missing, turned to stone, statue, wooden, unavailable, morphed to some other place, becomes a wounded animal now, down a tunnel, down a cavern where the light has never shone, okay, up a tower, whatever it is. Okay, so one fairy tale is entitled, "Go I know not whither, and bring back I know not what." So we had our soul, we lost it, we want to get it back. And there's a lot of unknowns about this. That's why these stories, these hero journey stories are always like filled with force and unknown things like that. This unconscious world, we don't remember it. It's unknown. We don't. That's why. All we know is that that there's a monster in there, and there's a lot of detours and a lot of voices, a lot of temptations. Like in the Odyssey. In the Odyssey, the Odysseus was facing all of these mothers' voices. Calypso, "Oh, don't grow up. Just stay like a child. I'll take care of you. I'll mother you. You don't have to worry about anything. Stay on my paradise island with me, and you can be one like that. You don't have to go home. I want to go home." "No, you don't have to go home. You don't have to go. You don't have to find yourself." So that's the rewarding regression. When Calypso was saying these things, that's rewarding regression. Stay infantile, okay? Because the mother's using the baby to mother her. She doesn't want to feel alone. Okay, she doesn't want to. So she's partnerifying the baby, parentifiing the baby, because that mother is looking for the symbiosis. Because that mother didn't get the symbiotic needs. All babies need symbiosis for the first 4 to 5 months post-birth. Too many babies are not getting it. That's what we're talking about here. When babies are removed from the mother, that'll do it. Okay, if they're separated from the mother, if you take away the cord and placenta, okay, that does it right there. Okay, to boot, you put them on a scale to weigh them. Okay, put them in another room. In some cases, they torture the baby, put them in a torture board and straitjacket and terrorize the baby and hurt him severely. He's bleeding and all. In the name of pillage and plunder, we calcify you so you'll pillage and plunder because you won't have any feelings. Like, this is a disturbing kind of thing. Very disturbing kind of thing. That kind of over-the-top trauma on the baby. Like, whoa, there is an argument. I can see why some people feel tempted to say aliens came, because no human being would do this to another human being. Only some crazy, crazed-out alien, some disturbed alien. It's still human. Even though people are doing this, you got to still think of it in terms of brain chemistry, trauma, callousness, freezing, entitlement, narcissistic feeling, a little God, feeling chosen or special, feeling this kind of arrogant entitlement, and how some babies thought the mother objectified them, thingified them, so they have this kind of cold, callous attitude. If the baby's nursing on a plastic bottle, that's not a loving mother, it's a plastic thing. So they could thingify others, because the plastic bottle with the rubber nipple is a thing, it wasn't a human. Babies need human connections, not thing connections. So I think it's hard to admit that a human being would torture a baby like that on a torture board. I couldn't see the slideshow. A nurse was showing, she was exposing this cruel procedure, the CIR, barbaric, savage, cruel, inhumane. Humans doing inhumane, I couldn't watch. She had these huge warnings, warning. You'll be very shocked to see this. The baby's spaced out in a trance because he's like a dreamy, spaced out. He's just out of it. He's disassociated. He's flying in the sky, his mind, while they torture the baby. And then they give a ritual. In the name of pillage and plunder, we do this to you so we can pillage and plunder. Because you want the feelings in your brain. You'll think a monster is there. You're going to be like that. And you're going to treat others the way we're now treating you. Go ahead now, go hurt others and pillage and plunder. We give you emotional poverty, you give others poverty. We short-sold your soul, we plundered your soul, you plunder outwardly. Okay, we're a robber baron to you, you become a robber baron outwardly. So you create the psychology of then you engage, then that kid goes off with the repetition compulsion of it. Okay, women bring love or hate into the world. Go to 28:22. The hand that rocks the cradle brings love or hate into the world. Okay, so when that mother has a baby, she's got the sacred feminine. She's got to protect her baby. Don't you dare, gynecologists, remove my baby from me. You leave the cord, leave the placenta. That's the sacred feminine. Now, if the father's around, that's the sacred masculine. The sacred masculine says, don't you dare, gynecologists, remove the cord and the placenta. You hand it, okay, barring 1 in a billion emergency. I'm not a doctor, disclaimer, but barring the rare exception, generally speaking, the sacred masculine, don't you dare remove the no procedure here. In the name of pillage and plunder, we got to traumatize your baby. So, because we want money. So you see, our souls were pillaged and plundered. So we're doing to your children what had happened to us. and they just continue the pillage and plunder. So we got to pillage and plunder your child's soul. So your child will have a monster in their mind. They're going to act like that, and they'll have a slogan: "My greedy, your greed." If I'm not greedy, if I'm not a greedy wolf, then others are going to eat me. And that's the psychology needed to pillage and plunder. So we have to give your child trauma so we can create this image in his brain. The sacred masculine says, "Don't you dare hurt my baby." Okay, don't you? That would mean now the father can use force or determination to prevent this cruel procedure taking place. So that would be one place where the father can step in and help, because in the case of the mother, she might have a hard time, unless she can do it herself with a squatting position, the birthing stool or something, and did proper preparation to allow a smooth delivery. Maybe she can do it all herself or something, or have a midwife, a loving midwife there or something. But if there is some stranger then the father's got to be around to protect their child. So leave the cord, leave the placenta. Remember, the cord and the placenta are alive. They're the baby's guardian system, spiritual system, support system. The cord and the placenta belong to the baby. They're from the baby. They're like organs. They're still pulsating, still alive. The cord is still sending oxygen, nutrients. Okay, the placenta, baby regards the placenta as a secure base for him, a basic safety for him, and the cord is still sending like that. So you leave it all there. Who cares if it looks messy? Just hand the baby to the bosom. He'll latch on. All is good. Right? She said the only time you can remove the cord in advance is when the blood flow exhausts itself, and the cord turns white and it flattens out like a pancake or whatever, and it's all white. Then maybe at that time, but only at that time, you can remove the cord. Ideally, you just let it drop off on its own accord. Give the baby the transition. Give the baby the chance to make the transition from the water world to the land world. Whole new world. Give him all the support. Why rob the baby of the support? You rob the baby of his support, he's betrayed. That's called the betrayal trauma, birth trauma. Why are so many babies experiencing birth trauma and betrayal trauma at birth? So the father can protect some of this stuff, all right, gynecologist, you got it out. I didn't like how you did it, but so anyways, we can heal this. We're going to take it from here. So the father can gently hand the baby to the mother, and the mother can heal whatever complications there were up to that point. But on the condition she can establish the secure bond, the rhythm of safety, skin to skin, breastfeeding, loving gaze, warm, okay, everything's warm like that, and no separation. The baby doesn't separate. The cord, the placenta stay. Okay, just put it. People complain, "Oh, it looks too messy. I can't look at that cord. It looks so messy. Ew." Oh, seriously? Just put a bed sheet over the cord. The placenta, they say, comes out a couple of days later. Okay, you can put the placenta in a bowl. Put the bowl on the bed beside the mother. Put a lid over the bowl, allowing some space for the cord. What's the big deal? Okay, meanwhile, during that time, the baby will have established this new rhythm of safety. He still got echoes of the old safety. He's making the transition to the new safety from the water world to the land world. A huge, whole new world like that. Don't shock him at birth. Don't remove him from his mother. Don't remove him from his spiritual system, his soul system. And then put him on a scale. Oh, we got to weigh him. You see, procedure, we got to weigh him. So that's just an excuse to traumatize the baby. No, procedure, we got to weigh him so we can know what to do if there's a trouble. No, forget about weighing the baby. This is nonsense. That's a trick to traumatize the baby. See, I remember one person saying, these hospital birthing procedures, it's satanic. It's kind of like, no, it's just laziness. They do a formula to make it efficient. They don't care about the baby. But then, 1976 was it? Klaus and Kennel came on the scene and said, no, it's a very time-sensitive moment at the time of birth. Mother produces hormones to help the latching. If you remove the baby and the hormones go away and the baby comes back, the mother's lost the hormones, they may have a hard time attaching. Plus, the mother is grieving now. If the hormones go away, it's like a breakup. She's sad, and the hormones go away. She might reject the baby viscerally. The baby feels, my mother rejected me. First, I lost my mother. Now this other person is rejecting me. That's not, again, birth trauma. Again, it's called a lotus birth. You leave the cord, leave the placenta. I think every room, every birthing room, wherever it is, every birthing room should have like a massive painting on the wall. Okay, just paint. I wonder if I could find a lotus somewhere. Just paint on the wall. Oh, sorry. Hey, come to think of it, I think I did see a lotus on my way walking here. I think I did, didn't I? Where was that? Okay, sorry, I can't. Okay, so just paint on the wall. Okay, hire an artist, or buy a massive poster, or get an artist, or paint it, or do something. Have a huge image. I would say in every birthing room, have an image of a lotus flower, complete. Lotus flower on the water, stem to the pod. Flower, stem, pod. Burn that image in the young mother and the father, because you want the baby to come out and you want to keep it like that image. Baby, cord, placenta, flower, stem, pod, baby, cord, placenta. So you leave it like that. So if he's coming out, you leave it all like that. Look at the wall, look at the lotus flower. You leave it like that. Baby, hand it to the bosom. You leave lotus, keep it like that. Okay, baby, cord, placenta. Placenta will come out when it comes out. Leave it alone. If there's really an issue to remove it, for some reason, wait. You gotta wait until it turns white and it flattens out, she said. Then you know the blood is all, and the oxygen in the blood and nutrients and everything is dried out. It's completely exhausted. Then you can leave it alone. Then you can remove it if you have to remove it. That's gonna take like what, 2 days or something. Okay, so Klaus and Kennel talked a lot about the time sensitivity, that at the moment of birth, the mother produces lots of love bonding hormones for this to take place. And you're going to remove the baby? What a betrayal. Right up, that's already betrayal. So you lost the mother, you betrayed the baby, you betrayed the mother, you removed the baby, he's got no mother, you put him on a scale, what the hell? All the time passed, the hormones went away, put him in another room, in some cases on a torture board, straight jacket, and he's tortured, and he's in some scary looking thing, scary image for the baby. In the name of pillage and plunder, we do this, and then the poor baby's bleeding in a sensitive area, and then, oh my God, and then he's wrapped up in a towel, I guess, and finally the baby's returned to the mother, all washed up, the hormones are gone, the hormones are washed away, and the baby's all toweled up, you can't no smells anymore, now there's no, you broke the bond, and actually I did hear somebody say there was some, I don't know if it's a theory or some research or something, but the more traumatized the baby is in that category, the harder it will be for them to attach to people, and things might become overly objectified later on. To put it bluntly, she said there's a link between CIRC and the whole pornography area, because that's a defense against love kind of thing. I don't understand that kind of area. We don't really have a threat in that kind of area, but see, this has got to end. There has to be some kind of intervention or some kind of way to raise consciousness. You know, it's funny about intervention. I didn't know this. Just before coming out today, I saw a little clip, Bon Scott's birthday. You got to be kidding. Bon Scott's birthday today, 2 days ago. You got to be kidding. Because it's pure coincidence. 2 days ago, July 9th, I was doing this whole rant about Bon Scott. I had no idea it was his birthday when I was doing it. I was in the Swan place about this issue of his alcoholism, and we had a quote about the intervention, and I was saying, you know, why didn't the fans chant, dump the booze, or lose the booze, or chuck the booze, or like help, like intervene to help him, because he died of alcoholism, alcohol poisoning, alcohol misadventurism, according to Wikipedia. So the topic was about intervention. So why didn't the fans help the poor guy? They all love the guy. He's a good singer and all this. So why didn't the fans help him? They would have loved to have helped him. Why didn't somebody he had all signs, all these little clues that he was in trouble. Even his Highway to Hell song has a lyric in there. I don't know if he wrote it. I think he wrote it, yeah. He wrote it, didn't he? Co-wrote it or something. There was even like a, see, some of these musicians that passed away early, if you look at the songs, the lyrics, there's like little clues there. Like Ron Tabak of Prism was saying, soul surgery. Please, somebody help me. I need soul surgery. Somebody help me, please, please. I need soul surgery, soul surgery. Poor guy died shortly afterward. Nobody's even paying attention. I think that Scott guy did a similar thing. Help me now, help me. I'm on a highway to hell. Help me, please, help me. Mother Loa, help me. Something like that. Look at me or something. That kind of thing. I forgot the lyrics. So maybe at that point, that's like a cry for love. Help, somebody help me. Everyone ignored. No, we don't want to hear you sing. We want to shout with you or something. We don't want to. Well, jeepers, you know. Where's your feeling for the person, right? As I was saying 2 days ago, why didn't the fans, 80,000 fans, pause and all hold up signs and say, lose the booze, lose the drink, or lose it, or chuck it, chuck the booze or something, or throw it away, or. And we were saying, don't put in the negative. Like, don't say, you don't need it. The unconscious, I need it. Like, don't buy booze. Unconscious, oh, buy booze. You can't do it that way. If you're going to do intervention, you got to say the positive. The unconscious doesn't hear the negatives, right? That's funny. I was kind of surprised by that. Just a pure coincidence. I did like a 10-minute rant. I went on a bit of a rant about the Bon Scott thing, about how an intervention, I was trying to give an example, because we had a quote 2 days ago about the alcohol topic, and she was talking about the high bottom. Hang on a second. Oh, wait a minute, is that today? Oh, hang on, yeah. No, it's today. I did a preview of it, because it was coming up. Yeah, that's right. So yeah, I'll do the quote about the high bottom today. So I was discussing this topic that how she described the intervention, calling it a high bottom, because the guy's at the bottom, but he's not at the rock bottom. You want to get him at the higher portion of the bottom portion part, like the bottom, before he reaches crash bottom, where it's too late, like he did. Rick Sanders has a tribute song to the poor guy, shot down in flames, like he was like crashed bottom. So before he does that, you gotta have the high portion of it, where he's crying for love. Then you intervene. So the family intervenes, friends intervenes. I was saying 2 days ago, not knowing that it was his birthday, 2 days ago, that what if 80,000 fans were screaming, you know, we love you, you know, we want you around, we accept you, lose the booze, lose it, you know, or throw it down the drain. Or, I was trying to come up with some slogans that the 80, and I thought if 80,000 people chanted to the poor guy on stage, he's alone, 100,000 people or 50,000, whatever it is, chanting to him, something to that effect. State it in the positive of what you want. Okay, then maybe there's a good chance. There's a good chance he won't do it. He'll quit. Yeah, quit the booze. Quit the booze. Quit the booze. The unconscious. Does the unconscious understand quit? Maybe more active, right? Like, or reject the booze, or throw away the booze, chuck the booze, dump the booze, kick the booze. So, I don't know. Gotta fish around a bit on there. Went off topic here. Hold on a second. So let's go back to this mother here who was traumatized herself as a baby. So that mother identified with the aggressor, her soul, shamed, defective, unloved, and all that, she'll see into the proxies. Then she replays what had happened to her by getting the proxy to play her, and then she plays the mother and replays the whole thing. Then flip-flop, the proxy who played her, she sees as the mother who had hurt her, then she plays herself fighting with her mother trying to control. Okay, so now let's take it to the present. This baby, this mother has a baby. This baby has a mother. I did it again. This mother had a baby. This mother has a baby. So let's say in the present. Let's just say today, a mother has a baby, and she has this problem in her memory in the past. Remember, there's too much pain in the past. You can't love life in the present. Because of the pain, you transfer the past to the present. Because of the pain, that pain is unfinished business with the mother. It's a relentless battle with the mother. This is so much pain. You can't relax and love life in the present if you've got so much pain in the past. Simple, basic Pavlovian classical conditioning. If there's so much pain in the past, you're numb in the present. You can't. You're conditioned. She's conditioned. She can't. Yeah, by the way, we've got 4 excellent songs by the classic rock band Pavlov's Dog on our soundtrack. Julia, Episode, great song. Theme from Subway Sue, another great song. Those two are the greatest classic rock songs. Episode, Theme from Subway Sue, Julia's the piano one, and then Late November's in there's also a good one. A lot of people like Song Dance. That Song Dance song, that's the one with the lead singer David Surkamp singing the super high C sound. You kind of cringe when you hear it. Like it's really way up there. I don't know how we do. It's kind of funny how we. I don't even think Rick Emmett can go that high, right? Or Steve Perry, maybe Steve Perry, or in his day, right? That's one of the highest rock notes I think there is. A song called Song Dance by Pavlov's Dog. He closes his concerts with that song usually. They weren't around very long. They only had like 2 albums or something, or 3, maybe 3 or something. Yeah, the third one wasn't. Yeah, the third one was. Forget the third one. The first, even the second one, kind of didn't. It was really just the first album, the debut album. All their hits are on that first album. Those 5 I just mentioned, I think, are just on that first album. At the front, the jacket on the vinyl or the CD, it's the poor dog, the suffering dog, the Pavlov's Dog is on there. So Pavlovian conditioning, right? If the mother has a need, so much pain, I don't want to know the need because of the pain. Simple Pavlovian classical conditioning. So because of that pain, you don't know the need. You don't want to know your need, but you have the need. You have the need, but you don't want to know it because of the pain. This is the conflict. This is a huge inner conflict. This inner conflict is etched in on a 45-disc record as a metaphor. So imagine a 45-disc record called The Wish and the Fear or The Cry for Love. It's this conflict. It's on the record. It's the memory. Baby cried for love. Mother said no. Imagine that on a record. Okay. So this makes the person neurotic because in every new situation, they're going to spin off that one record. They're going to play that record. They can't love life in the present, love their baby in the present, because they're just going to play that past record, that interaction. Okay, so Bergler, one of our mentors, puts it this way. Every neurotic is a music enthusiast, but he only has one record, which he carries with him everywhere he goes. Every time he sees a turntable with never-ending fiery ardor, he says, like the compulsion part, he spins off that tune, right? He goes to the turntable, plugs it in, puts the 45 on the turntable, puts the power switch on, picks up the needle, moves the needle over gently to the beginning, drops the needle down gently. You can hear the scratches and the crackles, and he plays that interaction. You know, he's got the new situation, same record. New situation, same record. New relationship, new job, new place, new this, new that, same record, same record, same record. He's only got that one record, the 45. Side B is the same song as side A, or it's blank on the side B, no grooves on the side B. He's only got this one record. New situation, same record. New situation, same record. He's playing the same old tired record again and again and again. So let's say that mother has a record, has a baby. Oh, new situation. I have a baby. Mother, I have a baby. How am I gonna deal now with my baby here? I only have this one record here. All right, baby. The record says mother shamed me. I don't want to feel that pain anymore. Plus, I've already identified with her. So, baby, you're going to play me. I'm going to play the shaming mother. I'm going to shame you. The way mother shamed me, that's the record. That's the memory. Okay? You're going to do my crying for love for me. I can't cry for love for my mother anymore. It's too painful. You cry for love for me. You're the proxy of me. You cry for love. You need love. You ask for love. Okay? And I'm going to say no to you the way my mother said no to me, because I'm the one who says no. Okay, mother pillaged my soul, gave me poverty. She was a robber baron, pillaged me. Okay, I'm gonna do that to you, baby. I'm gonna pillage your soul. I'm gonna be a robber baron to you. I'm gonna short sell you. Okay, that's my attachment to my mother. Now, what's that baby gonna do in that case? How does the baby cope in that case? What does he do in that case? As a desperate emergency, first things first, the baby's gonna flash freeze his soul. Okay, so his soul is gonna be frozen. There's your Snow White. Okay, Snow White is frozen in a coma, emotional catatonia, emotional hypothermia, in the coffin like that, in the forest. Okay, in the forest, that's the other world. Okay, the unconscious world is the forest world, and the regular world is the conscious mind, unconscious, conscious, unconscious. So we live in these two worlds. So in the unconscious world, okay, the Snow White's going to be frozen in a coffin deep in the forest kind of thing. That's first things first. So that baby, now we're going to talk about the baby. How does the baby cope with this mother? The baby flash freezes his soul. Okay, now this theme can take in infinite forms. If it's not too bad, the soul can be alive, locked in a tower, Rapunzel. You got the character. Rapunzel is a personification of the person's beingness, and she's got the golden hair. That's the feelings. The vibrance like the sun, the vibrancy of her feelings. The golden hair represents like the sun's and the vibrance like that. So that's not too bad. The more severe trauma is the Snow White in a coma in a box like this. So it's that either way, it's unavailable to you in one form or another, to one degree or another. So that, okay, or the soul's frozen, or the soul turns to a statue. Echo becomes a statue. Faithful John becomes a statue. Okay, that's things dry out like that. Okay, the feelings can't flow like that. The jargon for this is athimoalexia. No words. Oh, sorry, pardon me. No feelings now. No feelings for your words. So you have these words, but where are your feelings? Athimoalexia from the Greek language. Okay, so now you can't, because your beingness is frozen, your natural basic feelings, okay, joy and sadness and the range there, the positive feelings, that's all frozen as well. Now we're not talking about the visceral sensation of fear, anger, although we do call them feelings and emotions. Fear, anger, it's technically more about visceral sensations of endocrine system, of stress response, and hormones, and okay, physiological issues of sweating or poor breathing issue, or these kind of physiological, the language of fear and anger, shame, disgust, anxiety, that's all physiological mostly, right? So in the Inside Out 2 film, okay, imagine the basic 5 characters. Okay, so joy, sadness, fear, anger, disgust. Put a circle around joy and sadness, and put another circle around fear, anger, disgust. Okay, right there, that represents the 2 groupings of feelings or emotions for a person. Joy and sadness come from the feeling brain, the middle brain, the embodiment, the sense of self, the human side of being human, the normal state of affairs. Joy runs the consum. Sadness is needed to mourn losses. So then joy comes back. Okay, all of the happiness and joy for which you seek is 100 tears away, sings Vonda Shepard. Not John Shepard, Vonda Shepard. Oh yeah, I just saw. Oh, sorry. Okay. Well, isn't that the monkey mind jumps around all the time? Monkey Bars. Oh, we played the song Monkey Bars by Coney Hatch a couple of days. No, we discussed the song Monkey Bars by the classic rock band Coney Hatch a couple of days ago. Okay. Okay, joy. Okay, so the Inside Out number 1. So joy and sadness for the feeling self. Now remember, joy and sadness got zooped away. You saw in that film, Inside Out 1, joy and sadness went to the 2, they got zooped away. So then you went back to the primitive brain, the lizard brain, the crocodile brain, and that's mainly the survival instinct of fear, anger, anxiety, disgust, shame. Okay, survival slogans, anger, hostility, greed, envy, spite, vindictiveness, schadenfreude, this whole kind of area. Okay, it's kind of, someone calls it the hostile mind or something. Maybe that's one way of doing it. Okay, so the quote-unquote human side of being human, forget it. What, trust, love, empathy, feeling, care? You gotta be kidding. They're in survival mode. Then their slogans and philosophies are all like survival like kind of based. So that's why they got all these jungle slogans. And that's why we played Coney Hatch. When are you gonna realize you've already climbed down from the tree? So if you think like that, be aware that you're traumatized. That's the gift of being human. You could be conscious of your trauma if you got traumatized. So then you can, then that's the innate drive for healing. It's kind of like built in that in nature, when something's wounded, it's going to healing effort. We got to be conscious of it to make that healing effort take place. So if we're traumatized and don't do anything, chances are you can just loop around and the person gets ill or something. It doesn't work. You got to be conscious and create a basket, like a basket, for the feeling, for the firebird to come up. Okay, psychoanalysis looks for an egg in a basket that's missing. So first weave the basket, then maybe the egg can come in, the feelings, the new life potential. Okay, one version is the firebird hatches out of the egg. Okay, as mentioned before, you ride the firebird. That's the feel. That's the ashes to the firebird, the phoenix, the firebird. Then you get the feelings, the vibrancy. That's called emotional knowing. Now you're getting back your feelings. Okay, that's the reaction. That's the release. Okay, and you feel alive again. Okay, so now that's what we want. We with trauma, we don't feel really real and alive. In the healing journey, we want to feel more real and alive. That's the firebird. The firebird, riding the firebird up, now you feel more real and alive. Now you can enjoy the present. And embedded in the firebird is the grieving and the weeping and the release of all that, the stages of grief and things. So the firebird leads to this like wake up kind of thing. You were a dreamer, now you're going to wake up, awakening the dreamer. So this Philip Bromberg's book, Awakening the Dreamer. Okay, that's the idea. You go into the firebird, the phoenix. So in trauma, it's like the ashes, the soul is in the ashes. Well, the firebird can come up. It's just metaphor once again. Okay, so what does that baby do now? The mother's doing this repetition compulsion on the baby, right? The mother says to the baby, baby, you're going to play me. I'm going to play the shaming mother. I shame you. Your mother shame me. You're the proxy of me. My mother shame me. My mother shames the baby. Ouch. Oh, thanks, baby, for playing me. Now, you know what? I still have a fight with my mother. Baby, you play my mother. I'm going to fight with you. The baby, holy, whoa, what, yikes. Baby thinks his mother's psychotic or something. It's called perverse thinking. Mother, you psychotic? Are you ill? What are you doing here? I'm neither you nor your mother back then. What are you doing like this? Mother doesn't get it. She's got this issue to repeat that record. She only has the one record. She only has the 145. She's neurotic, right? Every neurotic is a music enthusiast, but she only has that one record. Sorry, baby, I only have this one record. Mother, don't you have other records? Can't you love life in the present? Can't you feel and be in the present? Have a new record? Sorry, baby, I only have one record. It's a deep groove, Pavlovian conditioning record. I only have this infinite loop. Sorry, baby, I can't. Yikes, so what does the baby do? Okay, whoa, emergency here. Soul, freeze up. Freeze up the soul, send it away. Exile. Exile, send it away. Snow White, Rapunzel, etc. Okay, so that's like number one. He's got to protect his real self. He's got to hide it, freeze it, exile it away. It's painful like that, of course, but the baby's got to protect it. Now he's got to function in life, so he'll develop a false self. Okay, so now he develops a false self to deal with the world, to deal with the external world, so he can pay the bills and go through life like this. So the false self does that. Embedded in the false self is the camouflage, the cloak, the protective shield to hide the real self. Okay, the false self is there to like hide or protect or hide or shield the true self that's hiding like that, so no one can get to it anymore. So you got the false self, the armor like that, or the shield like that, the false self. Okay, now some people, okay, the line is the false self is meant to protect the real self, not replace it. Some people get the false self, well, that's my true self. No, that's the defensive self. And you're operating as if the defensive fake self is the real self. No, the false self is the false self. The false self's not the real self. Some people get confused in this area. No, the false self's meant to protect the real self. Now this realization usually reaches a person ballpark at midlife. At midlife they get this hunch. Oh my God, you mean all this was the false self? Where's my real self? Something's missing. So yesterday a little bit about that, about at midlife you get the Freudian slips and the symptoms and psychosomatic symptoms and the hunches and this whole area. Then when you begin that moment, the death of unreal hope is the birth of new life. Then you begin that second journey of midlife called the Hero's Journey by Campbell. Okay, so what does the baby do? He flash freezes his soul, sends it away, because the mother's doing one of these old cunning tail issues, develops a false self, a scaffolding of defense mechanisms. Okay, now if that baby's traumatized prior to 18 months, okay, which sounds like it probably is in this example, then that baby identifies with the aggressor to have a mother and does the same thing she did. They become a stinger as well. Intergenerational trauma. So that baby grows up, acts like the aggressive mother, we shame them. So they go through life, new situation, they shame others, the way the mother shamed them. Then they think the one they just shamed is the mother that hurt them back then. Now they hate those ones. Oh, can I go? Oh, I think the guy left. Maybe I can go back. One second. Well, it's still there. Oh, it's still there. Okay, let's back up a sec. Sorry, I forgot something basic here. So we already said, in answer to what does the baby do when the mother hurts him, he freezes his soul. What else does he do? Okay, so remember, his soul is going to be rejected like that, so he's going to see others as his soul, which he's going to reject, right? He's very empty by this. He's very empty by it. Does he have anything about himself that he can cling to? Is there any kind of refuge? Is there anything left of him? If he rejects his soul like that, because the mother rejected him and he's identified with the aggressor to have a mother, the condition he's got to reject himself. Is there anything of him that's left? Is there anything he can dig up, archaeology? Is there anything left of him that he can cling to? Okay, yes, he takes refuge in the once upon a time that when he was in the uterus, he was a king, he was a god, he was special, chosen, exception. He was in a solipsistic, blissful, oceanic ecstasy, bliss feeling, one with the mother, one with the universe, being the universe, center of the universe. He felt like a little king or a god. He's on the throne. Okay, infantile megalomania, the power of the mother, he thinks is his power, infantile megalomania, okay, and so on. The glorified self, the idealized self. So he's self-sufficient, he's superior, he's got everything, he's happy, he's in bliss, he's ecstasy. He's going to take refuge in that old memory. So he'll go to that. He'll adopt that old memory and chase that. So that's called infantile megalomania, narcissism. Okay, so his authentic self got split. Okay, the soul got projected out. He went deeper into the uterus time and took that part, and that's called taking refuge in the grandiose part self. So now he's going to take refuge in that grandiose part self, the jargon is. Okay. Now, when he identifies with the aggressor, that's going to fuel it. That's going to fuel it. See, if he's a little god and he identifies with a bigger god, that's going to fuel his status of being a little god. So he's self-sufficient. He feels he's all onto himself, doesn't care about others, doesn't need others, kind of thing. He only needs to just treat others the way his mother treated him, because he's in a little bubble with his mother, and he's the mother, and he's self-sufficient because he's the mother in his bubble with himself or something. That's called solipsism. Okay. Again, narcissist looks into the pool of water, sees a reflection of himself. That's all he sees. That's like that kind of area. It's called symbiosis, merging, oneness, like that. So you get it. He thinks he's one with the mother from the inside time. He identified with the mother who hurt him. So he's both like that. That's like one in the one. Narcissist reflection, one in the one, just transfixed like that. And it's addictive, because that narcissism is named after a little white flower called the narcissus flower, and that narcissus flower gives people illusions and addictions. Okay, so hang in there. We're getting somewhere. On this point here, today's quote is very good about this point from Mr. Groff. Groff, yeah. This will be our first real quote from Mr. Groff. I've kind of avoided his material all along, but by chance I found an old copy of his book online. So today's quote is mainly from him. So it's not bad. It's a good quote. To my surprise, it's a good quote. So hang in there. Yeah, I've got a good quote coming up by Mr. Groff. Don't know much about him, but he describes this this whole issue of the baby being in a blissful oceanic ecstasy feeling. Maybe that's where Robert Bly got it, because Robert Bly jokes the baby's in ecstasy. He uses that phrase, oceanic blissful ecstasy or something. So he'll take. That's why he's addicted. So when he acts like the mother and shames others the way his mother shamed him, okay, he's addicted to this. That's called schadenfreude. He hurts others the way his mother hurt him. He's one with the mother, gets the bliss with the mother. He feels pleasure. To get that pleasure, he's got to hurt himself, but finds proxies to play them, hurts them, that he hurts himself, that keeps him one with the mother. That's called schadenfreude. So the main emotions for the stinger personality patterns are hate, greed, envy, grenvy, spite, vindictiveness, schadenfreude, grievance collecting, injustice collecting. Okay, the constant pursuit for this quote-unquote glory, where you're a little king, little god like this. Okay, now regarding losses, if there are losses, denial, contempt, sour grapes, batch it up. Didn't need them anyways. So you're always putting others down because you were put down. Your soul is projected onto others. So when you see your soul into others and you reject others, you're rejecting your soul. That keeps you one with the mother who did that to you, and you're one with the mother and you feel bliss like that. Schadenfreude. So you're getting pleasure by replaying the shaming of your own soul. So, but to do so, to not feel the pain of it, you got to shame others, and you feel the blissful feeling. It's a perverse pleasure. It's a sick pleasure. It's an illness kind of pleasure called schadenfreude, or pathological joy. One guy called it. Oh, I'm going on another rant here. Doing okay here. Okay. So what else did the baby do? Okay, so this case scenario. So we already said he froze up his soul. He takes refuge in the grandiose part self. He identifies with the aggressor, so he's in a blissful state. He becomes addicted. Okay. Now this is all related to survival. So his slogans of life, okay, will be all jungle slogans. That's back to the Monkey Bar song. Okay, the jungle slogans. My greed, your greed. Who cares? Utilitarian. Okay, it's just all. So that's why he's extremely selfish. That's why his lack of empathy. That's why he lies all the time. Doesn't care. No empathy. No apology. No lie. No regret. No sorry. No. Okay, all this kind of, because their psychology is analogous to, or similar to, or whatever, or maybe from basically that time when the baby was trying to connect with his mother and he was hurt. He was in survival mode. Let's say the baby managed to nurse briefly with the mother and she did it wrong. She was force feeding him, pushing the nipple incorrectly, or feeding him when he doesn't want to feed. He was suffocating. Like whatever disturbance took place during that time, whether it was angry, she took her anger on her husband onto the baby, make the baby traumatized. So then she can have an ally, because if she traumatizes the baby will be dependent on her. Then she can use the baby as an ally in her game with the husband, or whatever old cunning tale's going on. Okay, that baby's going to be enraged. If the baby, in that case, bites the nipple, imagine a 2-day-old baby biting the nipple and the mother screaming in pain. Is it right to say to the baby, hey baby, that wasn't very nice for you to bite your mother's nipple. She loves you and she's in pain like that. You gotta be kidding. He's in survival mode. He thinks he's a goner. He thinks he's not gonna make it. He thinks he's being abused by a monster in his brain. He's in survival. He's fighting with the demon guy, right? The image he makes. So he's not in the place to think that the mother's a human whom he loves. He didn't get to that place yet. So from that seed point, the prototype point, seed point, imprint point there, then later on, they create these slogans of who cares and all. They're coming from that seed point. So that's why they don't understand. Like you say to somebody with the bully pattern, or the narcissistic pattern, or Iago personality pattern, or the psychopath, the antisocial, all these other disturbing patterns. What you did was hurtful. What are you talking about? They're thinking emotionally. What are you talking about? They're in survival mode. They're in survival mode. That was hurtful what you did. They're just in survival, just like the baby's trying to survive with the abusive mother, breast mother. They're just in survival mode. That hurt them. You should apologize. What? Ask the baby to apologize? He's in survival. Why should the baby apologize to the mother? The mother's hurting him. You see, that's the power of the unconscious. That's the power of these imprints, these memories. These memories lead to unconscious motivation, unconscious fantasies. Yeah, Miss Freeman said, when you say know thyself, know your unconscious fantasies. Because that's the memories, in other words. The fantasies come from the memories. Yeah, it's a rare treat to get this place all to myself. So I got the people next door to me. Last time I was here, I had all to myself. It was a good video, actually. Yeah, that last video I was here, about a week ago I was here. That was one of my better videos. I don't have to worry about disturbing others or interrupting others, so I could just let loose kind of thing. Oh, just before I forget, we have a new metaphor to describe the power differential between the conscious and the unconscious. And how many people know this one? Usually it's the iceberg or the puppet master and the puppet. Here's another one. Imagine, let's imagine the owner. Let's imagine this is some kind of a, well, let's not pick specifically. Imagine there's some massive 5-star multi-towered complex or whatever. And the owners, you don't know where the owner is. You don't really see him. Nobody even knows his name or something. It's a holding company, Virgin Islands. I don't know. Imagine there's some invisible owner of the building somewhere, and he owns the whole massive billion-dollar thing or whatever. So imagine his power. It's invisible. Imagine the doorman of the building, the doorman, and you see him. He's there. Even if he's braggadocio and thinks he thinks he's so important, so powerful like that. Compare the two. Who's got more power? The invisible owner of the whole thing, or the doorman who thinks he's so important? Okay, take that to the person, the conscious and the unconscious. The unconscious is like that invisible owner, and our conscious is like that braggadocio doorman. That's Berger's one of many. Edmund Berger's got a lot of little zingers like that. He's great. 24 books, 300 articles. Edmund Berger. He wrote mainly in the 40s and the 50s. Yeah. Actually, that record metaphor is also from Berger, the 45 record. Okay, so that's what the baby does, right? Freezes up his soul, takes refuge in the infantile megalomania, is that he's self-sufficient little God, doesn't need anybody. Okay, identifies with the aggressor, which fuels it. So now the Schadenfreude. Okay, now he's still battling with the mother, so that's like a fighting issue. So a jungle issue. Plus, if he's always in survival mode, he doesn't care if he hurts others or insults other people's feelings, or why should he apologize? And he didn't hurt. He doesn't get to that place. He didn't reach what's called differentiation, self and other. He's still one with the mother. He is the mother, blurred up. That's a painful kind of situation. He's stuck in the tar pit of a negative symbiosis, or he didn't even get the symbiosis. He didn't even get the heaven with the mother. He's enraged like this. He can't think about giving if he never received, kind of thing. So so all these stinger personality patterns, you'll see them touting all these toxic masculine slogans, they call it now, or for men and women, nothing to do with gender. Windmills says some women have even more perverse, disturbed, intense survival jungle slogans than even men do. It's nothing to do with that. Oh, there's that sky train with no ad on it. Did we get it on there? Oh, I passed it. One of the sky trains has no ad on it. So I have the fantasy that there could be the add-on saying, find yourself. Find your real self. Find your true self. Find your true self. Patreon.com/narrative medicine. How's that? Find your true self. Now find your real self. Find your real self. Patreon.com/narrative medicine. Would that fit on the sky train? Just having a fantasy maybe, because I think everybody over 40 can immensely benefit from this encyclopedia. Once again, 10,000 of these quotes, 2,000 pages, clear, helpful. Okay, no Freud because of the translation problem, no Jung, Lacan, okay, due to the convoluted jargon. So they're clear, easy to follow, understand. As I said in my disclaimer, I only have a BA, so if it's clear to me, it's going to be clear to everybody pretty much, I think. I'm choosing quotes that are clear. If I get it, you're going to get it, I think. Now the odds are 1 out of 10 is going to offer that, 1 out of 10. So the 10,000 quotes here, so the 1,001. Right? Okay, so the baby identified with the aggressor. His emotions will be, as just mentioned, hate, greed, envy, and all this. Struggle slogans. Now he'll do a lot of scapegoating. if he has a friend, there's too much. Okay, a common thing about the stinger personality patterns. Okay, so stingers and the clingers. So the stingers are trauma before 18 months, the clingers are post 18 months. The common thing with the stingers is that broccoli boat and inside out tube, forget it. They won't find it. No way. They're not gonna go on that boat. Even if they saw it, oh no, they're not gonna get on it. So they don't free associate, because that's real feelings. Right? Real feelings. They were terrorized by the mother. They're in survival mode. They're not gonna feel. They think they're a goner if they feel. So they won't free associate. I statements, make I statements, intimacy, share what you feel when something happened. Or some old childhood fear came, share that. I statement, trust someone, trust, vulnerability. You gotta be kidding. They're in survival mode. Trust and affection, that's making them vulnerable. They hate that. They hate weakness. They hate vulnerability. They hate sensitive. Because they had it once upon a time and the mother hurt them so much and they become that hurting mother. They don't want to see that. In fact, if they do see it in the proxy, they're going to shame it and attack it and belittle it. Because that was done to them. That's their survival. To do to others what the mother did to them. Let's take a peek upstairs for a bit while they do their things here, and I'll come back. Oh, jeez. Well, they're eating over there now. Yeah, hang in there. We'll be hang in there. Stay with me. We'll be doing a TQ at 2853. Is it showing up there? 2853 by Miss Groff there. So we'll be doing, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is that right? 3, 4, 5 quotes. 5 solid quotes from him. Yeah, while I have it here, for the price of half a cup of coffee, one can get this encyclopedia. The link is below. Okay, find your real self. Quiet here, huh? Oh, it's quiet. It's even quieter out here. I'll be back. Yeah, I'll come back. Hi, I'm not leaving. I'll be back in a few minutes. Yeah, thanks. Now let's just take a little break here. Yeah, so, okay. When the stingers get together, they do a lot of scapegoating. That's an important topic. I won't do it here this time. Scapegoating. Stingers do a lot of scapegoating. Then they take turns playing big shot with each other. But the real feelings, the shame and the rage, they gotta find a scapegoat as defense against the pain they feel. So if they always shame and belittle others, that's the bliss of being one of the mother who did that to them. Oh no. Hang on. Oh no, I'll forget. Oh no. I'll forget it. No such luck this time. No, the pool is packed. It's packed. One sec. How's it down here? Oh yeah, okay, maybe we can go there for a bit. Oh, it's busy down here. Oh, it's busy. Yeah, this is a popular place. This place just, the moment this place opened a couple of months ago, it was like right from day one. It's been steadily busy every day here.
Good afternoon, how are you doing?
I just wanted to change the scenery here a little bit. Let's just spend 5 minutes here. I'll go back up. Yeah. Okay. Nice place. Hey, look at this nice place here. A lot of staff for a lot of staff. Let's just briefly mention the clingers. So, by the way, this issue of 18 months, that's because the infantile megalomania dissipates mainly at 18 months. So, if the child's loved, that naturally dissolves, mostly at 18 months. It's a gradual process. So if the child can be loved post 18, up until 18 months, and he can get over that hump, that 18-month point, then that infantile megalomania will go away. It'll naturally dissolve because the ego develops. He gets the reality that he's a person and all this. Oh, geez. Okay, and then between 18 months and 36 months, if he's frozen during that time, okay, when he plays the record, okay, he plays himself and expects others to reject his development. So it's more benign like that. He doesn't hurt others, he just creates the disappointment in his life. So he'll choose people who will reject him or goad them and prod them to reject him. So he's still in that kind of place. He plays himself, he's willing to be vulnerable and feeling, and he plays his soul. It's just he's in that transitional place. So yes, he's still childlike, but it's in the human area. Before 18 months, psychologically speaking, they reject the human area. They reject the feelings, the tenderness, the inner child stuff. They mock these ideas, inner child, get over it. They mock all that stuff because it was mocked in them. They're addicted to playing infantile God. They just want to play infantile God, right? But the clingers are saying, no, I passed that phase. I passed that phase. You're still in that phase. I'm past that phase. So they're in the childlike human realm of I'm not okay, you're okay. Okay. Now think about the stinger and the clinger. If the clinger marries, let's say the clinger marries the stinger. Okay, so in the mind of the clinger, it's the original state of I'm not okay, you're okay. The stingers, remember the stingers, their soul is projected outwardly, so they say others are not okay. They take refuge in infantile megalomania, out of that fakeness, they say I'm okay. So it's a delusional I'm okay in the king imagery. A huge irony because the baby was never a king or a god, but they think like that, right? So back up a sec. All babies, the theory is all babies begin with I'm not okay, you're okay. Okay? So when the mother rejects the baby, he just concludes he's not okay, he's defective. The mother rejected him, there's something wrong with him. He just concludes that. Now the monster he makes in his mind, he denies it, splits it, hallucinates the goddess, and because he psychologically needs to see his mother is okay to feed safely. I'm okay. I'm just here for 5 minutes. Yeah. If I go outside, I'll start sweating. It's hot. It's another hot day today. I was outside yesterday. I was 5 minutes. The sweat was pouring down me already. So all babies, when they're born, no mother's perfect. She's going to slip up at some point. That's okay, briefly. The child's helping the mother out. Don't worry, mother, I'll do some tricks in my mind to deal with this. But you better be more loving to give me the chance to sort this stuff out. So all babies will briefly, temporarily engage in what's called the paranoid schizoid position. Paranoid schizoid mode of operating, mode of experiencing. Klein calls it like kind of like a position in his mind, like accepting. So the baby does, it's mainly splitting. Okay? The mother's a monster. No, that's not my mother. I can't be safe if my mother's a monster who's going to eat me. No, deny it. Split it off. Compartmentalize it. Psychic bin. No. Okay, splitting. And then hallucinates the God. Oh, there's my mother. I'm safe. Okay, so the mother must be seen as okay, even if it's a hallucination. The attitude is, a mother must be good. Now, he feels defective because mother rejected him. Plus, he feels guilty. Why? Original guilt, original debt. Why? Because he couldn't save the mother. He couldn't cure the mother, fix the mother, heal the mother, save the mother. Because when the mother hurt him, the baby thought, mother, you're not loving me. Everything, he thinks to himself, everything's love or a cry for love. Mother's not loving me, she's hurting me. I'll interpret her hurting me as her cry for love. Oh, mother, you're hurting me. That's your cry for love. I see. Mother, don't worry, mother. I'll fix you. I'll cure you. I'll fix you. So he's going to try to save his mother, cure his mother. He needs a good mother anyways. Plus, he wants a good relationship with his mother. He wants a happy mother so he can be loved and find himself. Plus, relationship, he loves his mother. It's natural. I'll save you, mother. I'll fix you, mother. Now he's going to fail. Okay, now he feels guilty. He feels guilty because he couldn't save his mother. By the way, this issue of the unconscious guilt, in German, guilt and debt are the same. Babies were removed from their mothers 10,000 years ago to give them the psychology of unconscious guilt. Now they call that sin. You failed, you did something wrong. Guilt, you failed, you committed a sin, right? Now, that's synonymous with debt. The baby feels in debt to the mother. Identifies with the aggressor, so he makes others in debt because he feels guilt to the mother. So it turns out 80-20 rule, the most severely top 20%. In terms of degree of trauma, I guess the most painful, the top 20 most pained, the top 20 most traumatized will put others in debt, and the 80% will be in debt because everyone feels guilt. The Labyrinth of the Guilt Complex from the Spellbound movie. That's a separate point about the pillage and plunder system. Okay, right. So all babies begin with, I'm not okay, you're okay. Fairbairn's jargon, one of our mentors, William Fairbairn, his jargon for this is the moral defense. Baby's going to be like a little judge, little god, little king. All right, I'm no good, mother's good. Stamp, stamp. I'm no good, mother's good. So all babies begin with, I'm not okay, you're okay. Mother, mother, other. You put a dash between the M and the O in the word mother. So other, you, you're okay. I'm not okay, you're okay. Because the template's the mother. Mother must be seen as okay, so others are okay. So all babies begin with, I'm no good and everyone else is good. Now in the case of the stingers, if this is way too painful, he can't do it anymore. He can't hold on to that anymore. So he identifies with the aggressor, projects his soul onto others and rejects them the way his mother rejected him, as discussed earlier. Try not to get people on camera, but sometimes it happens a little bit. Should I go back up? Yeah, I noticed the staff were starting to have their meal there, so I thought I'd maybe give them a break for me or something. I'm not sure if they're really the staff or just some outside workers or something. I'm not sure what they are. Okay, so all babies, I'm not okay, you're okay, the moral defense, right? Now again, with the stingers, if this goes on again and again, it's a strain on the baby again, misitude, malitude, mother shaming the baby again and again and again, every day, day after day, minute after minute, mother shaming the baby. Holy, oh my God, the baby gives up. I can't do this anymore. I can't accept my soul anymore. Mother, fine, I'm gonna make a deal with you. I'm gonna cross over, I'll be you, reject myself. That's the deal with the devil, right? Again, the baby creates an image of the mind of the devil because the mother's taking away his L-I-V-E. So now he's the E-V-I-L. The mother's doing this, the image is doing this, so he make the deal like that. That means he's got mother's power, that's got more power, and he lives forever because there's no time there. Remember in the Faust, got all the power, lives forever kind of thing? Now he thinks he's going to live forever. That idea of living forever, that just refers to how it's no time in the brain like that, living forever. Like these gods, and they always live forever. It just means no time in the brain. That's all it means. Maybe I should move soon. You know, they use these, they do an intro. Oh. They have this is a very customer service kind of focused place. They got a lot of staff to help people with a lot of little things. They check in with the guests sitting at these spots here. So if these fill up, I'm gonna have to leave soon. Okay, sorry. Right, so I'm not okay, you're okay. So again, this is called like a strain on the baby. It accumulates bit by bit, again and again. The child gives up. I can't take this anymore. I can't do this anymore. I can't take this pain anymore. I'll be the shaming mother. I'll find proxies to play me and I'll shame them. That's the deal with the you-know-who kind of thing. And then they call him, oh, he's a worshiper. He's a Satanist. He worships. Okay, that's code for this. All these dramatic slogans, he's a Satanist, he's a Lucifer worshiper, he's a Lucifer ritual, like that's what this means. Okay, paging sender frenzy, please come here and explain this. It's called identification with the aggressor. That's what that means. Yeah, a very important phrase, underappreciated phrase, sender frenzy, identification with the aggressor. Elizabeth Howell clarifies it for us about maybe 3 months ago. That quote was in there. So now, okay. So if the child can hold on to his soul post 18 months, he doesn't cross over like that. He just plays himself. So he's going to be childlike, vulnerable, sensitive, feelings. He doesn't hurt others. He has empathy. He has some gratitude. He has a lot of hope like that. He's maybe a little naive or something. He's like a little child, right? So, but in his dealings with us, he's always disappointed again and again and again and disappointed again. So why is no one ever helping him or something? So he's in that kind of mode of, I'm not okay, you're okay. So when the clingers play the record, they play themselves and see others as the rejecting parent for that phase of development between 18 months and 36 months. That phase is called the rapprochement phase for the mother, where the mother teaches the baby, little child, junior toddler, you can learn and be yourself and you won't lose me. You can have both. You can have me as a secure base while you learn about yourself, and I'll match you communicatively. I'll do some playful improv with you. I'll give you the message that you can be yourself and not lose me in that process. Because a lot of children don't get that. The famous rapprochement phase. The now voyager, seek thou forth and find yourself. So again, in the secure attachment style, there are 5 parts. Okay, paradise in the uterus, which we'll talk about upstairs. Okay, the blissful thing. No, okay. Le Boyer, birth without violence. natural birth, Clausen Kennel, lotus birth, get the painting, lotus painting, that whole area of birth. From birth to 4 to 5 months, that's the extended paradise. So that paradise that we're going to talk about, that's got to continue for the first 4 to 5 months, that oceanic feeling. Oceanic oneness, unico mystica, that exciting feeling, has got to get that for the first 4 to 5 months. That's like an egg, a cosmic egg, okay? Mother-infant dual unity, he's got to get that dual unity, that symbiotic dual unity, where he takes all him. Out of that egg, he's going to hatch out, beginning at 4 to 5 months. Then he begins the movement towards the psychological birth. It's gradual, from 4 to 5 months to 3. So the psychological birth is kind of like a slow, gradual process. But first he's got to get the egg from birth to 4 to 5 months. Then gradually from 4 to 5 months to the age of 3, he goes through that process. There's 2 parts there. So from 4 to 5 months to 18 months, he still plays infantile God. So the mother just basically mirrors that. I see you. Look at you. Wonderful. Wow. That's amazing. Look at you. She tolerates that the baby thinks he's a little God. This is called the world is my oyster phase. He thinks he owns the world, he rules the world. Okay, play that obnoxious song, everybody wants to rule the world. No nonsense. Okay, that fantasy song is only in reference to those who were traumatized prior to 18 months. They have that kind of unmet fantasy. The baby has the fantasy that he owns everything, he controls everything, everything belongs to him. Because it's a gradual dissipating. Okay, because he thought he owns the mother's him, the breast is him, the mother, okay, serves him, it's a gradual thing. So between 4 to 5 months to 18 months, he needs time to realize that he doesn't own everything, not everything's about him, not everything's for him. He's not a little god, a little king, and others are just things to serve him, that kind of attitude. So the baby's in what's called part object relating. When the baby's nursing, he doesn't get that the mother's a full human being with feeling. He's mainly relating kind of like to the breast, they say. It's like a part of the mother, and the breast just serves him and soothes him and comforts him, feeds him. It's like a one-way kind of thing, and he's just receiving. He doesn't have to give back or have gratitude or say sorry. He's just meant to be passive. He's safe and is passive. And that's today's quote. He said that in the paradise he feels passive and safe, and you can trust it. The breast is reliable, the breast is stable, the breast is soothed, and he's passive like that. He's got to be in that kind of phase. So from 4 to 5 months to 18 months, the whole world's like the breast. Thinks he owns the whole world kind of. The world is my oyster. The oyster's round, like the breast is round, maybe like that. Then at 18 months, he realizes it just dissolves naturally that he's a person, mother's a person. Okay, now Voyager seek that forth. Now he's more of a human explorer. Now from 18, the rapprochement, now he's going to explore the environment. He'll look around, what's this, what's that, a lot of questions. At some point he's going to freak out. He's not ready to be on his own yet. So when he gets scared, he's going to run back to his mother, touch base for emotional refueling. Now the mother functions as a secure base saying, I'm here, you're safe, you can learn, you can find yourself, you know what you like, you can ask questions, I'm here, you're safe, you don't lose me. He needs both. He needs a secure base and the message that he doesn't lose his mother if he finds himself. He's got to get that message that he can find himself and not lose his mother. See, the clingers and the pleasers, they're in that mode, they're in that place. Some others, what they do is, I'm busy, like the kid runs to the mother, look what I found, mother. Oh, I'm busy, sorry, I gotta answer the phone here. Okay, he failed. I mean, if I try to learn, you're not around, I lose you. Okay, I won't learn, fine, I'll be stuck there. So he'll end up as a clinger and a pleaser. So he'll be stuck in that mode of his discovering phase. He kind of separated from the mother, but he didn't quite yet individuate yet. So again, that separation individuates 2 phases, right? The birth to 4 to 5 months, up until 18 months is more kind of in the area of separating, if you feel safe to do so. At 18 months, 36 months, it's more in the kind of in the area of discovery. Now, Voyager, seek that forth to find yourself, that discovery kind of thing. Then he knows his interest and that kind of thing. So the mother does improv, little, fun little, they call it communicative matching, yes and improv like that. Then the child gets the message, all right, mother's okay with this. I can be myself, and she doesn't need me, like she doesn't, I don't gotta save her or anything like that. I don't betray her, I don't fail her. I don't, like she's not gonna be angry at me if I'm gonna be myself. It's quite the opposite. The mother says, I have Freude. Mothers need to have what's called Freude, pleasure at the baby's pleasure. They got to have this kind of thing. Because some mothers freak out at this point, and they finally realize, you know, I kind of liked it when we were one like that. Now you're getting too autonomous. No, I'm going to withdraw. I got to rope you in here. So I'm going to ignore you. You're going to be yourself. No, you're going to lose me if you do so. Okay, mother, no, I won't learn I won't discover. I won't be autonomous. I'll be one with you. Good baby, good little kid. Now she's got the kid hooked in the mind for life kind of thing. Now she never feels alone like this, so she brainwashed the child. Now she knows she can pick up the phone, pushes buttons, and he'll come running. Yeah, enter the joke. Mothers know how to push your buttons because, hey, she sewed them on. So mothers will sew them on so you can have that power. Yeah. So some mothers do that. Another old cunning tale. But at least if she does it post 18 months, the kid's a little better off than if the mother fails him prior to 18 months, where he's going to be infantile God all the time, hurting others. Okay, I think I should free up the space here. Hold on a second. Whoops. This hotel must have some very good advertising or good promotions, because they're hopping with these guys. They even leave this. See, a lot of places close the dining thing in the afternoons, but these guys leave it open. Are they still there? Still there. Oh, they're all still there. Maybe I can move it over here for a bit. Let's just hang on here for a bit. Are they going to be there the whole time? Let's just continue here for a bit. Plus, I don't want to bother them with my talking. Oh, there's a nice old vase. You know, I heard this morning, somebody said archaeologists claim that prior to 10,000 years ago, people were peaceful. They concluded from the archaeology they found of things that they found prior to 10,000 years. This whole problem began roughly 10,000 years ago when we accidentally traumatized ourselves related to the chemistry from our discoveries, and then we went from village to pillage, tolerant to prejudice, and then we're stuck in this mode like this. So that was interesting that she said that. And some archaeologists have the conviction that we weren't always in this traumatized mode, that there was a homo naturalis state of us. And we were respectful from the nature, kind of like the way indigenous people describe it. So there's still like a little echo of it. The indigenous people preserve that little echo, thank God, right? Jesus Christ. I don't know, it's a miracle that anybody can, after all they've been through, can still hold on to some traces of our natural state, indigenous people. Oh boy, okay, let's not open that. Let's talk about this time around. Yeah, I'm just looking at the. I think the coffee's making me a little. See, I'm not a caffeine drinker. Just if you want an explanation for my anxiety in this video, because I'm not a caffeine drinker. I don't drink. I don't. I usually like tea and dandelion, coffee substitute, Inca, and those kind of things. So that nobody sells decaf around here, so the tea, I tried the tea. The tea isn't too fresh sometimes. It's okay, I'll take the caffeine. It gives me a real little. It's funny about that. the guava juice. Sometimes if I can find the good fresh pressed, the good quality guava juice, it's like spinach. It's like what spinach was for Popeye. It made me a little energized, and I could talk for 8-10 hours on a half a liter of guava juice. That's great stuff. It's hard to find kind of thing. So the caffeine gives me a little fake energy for like an hour or 2 hours or something. But I'd rather have the calmer energy of the guava juice. So about half a year ago, I did some like lengthy videos. I was calm during the whole thing. So it really affects it. So yeah, so brain chemistry is real. Yeah. Not sure what that's for. Oh, that's the pleasant-looking ad. That's nice. Once in a while, the ads are pleasant. Okay, so yeah, so all babies begin with "I'm not okay, you're okay." Stingers can't maintain; they can't stay on that track. They can't stay on that developmental track. It gets click, click. It's derailed, and they identify with the aggressor. Their soul is onto others, so it's like a crash like that. Then they're stuck with this. Okay. That child's LIVE got taken away. He identifies with the one who took it away. Hence, he made a deal with the guy with the horns. EVIL. He reversed it like that. So he acts in a negative way towards others. So he's going to be greedy, envious, spite, okay, hostile, who cares, selfish, that whole kind of area. Trust, love, feeling, reparation, empathy, kindness, tenderness, being an elder late in life. These kind of things, you got to be kidding. They're not there yet. Okay. Gratitude and love and that kind of thing hasn't really fully like developed or into the psychological picture when the emotional development kind of got flipped like that. Now the clingers maintain that developmental path from "I'm not okay, you're okay" to get to the normal condition of "I'm okay, you're okay," called whole object relations. Three-dimensionality, we're all family, we're all Africans, we're all cousins, we're all members of this earth family. So again, the theory is only one hominid grew the cortex. That was Homo botoensis, us. And it took us 1 million years, they said, for us to grow the cortex. Then we called ourselves Homo sapiens. This hominid was back in the Congo or whatever, East Africa kind of area. And then from that point on, we spread around. And then, due to the sun exposure, diet, whatever it is, over 150,000 years, there were trivial, superficial, cosmetic variations. So less sun, the melanin dissipated. Nobody's got whiter skin or black. Forget this nonsense. Everybody's a shade of beige or a shade of brown. Okay? Forget this white or black nonsense. The tone in the skin is related to how much melanin there is. And that chemical dissipates according to how much sun there is over a long period of time. So-called epigenetic issue kind of gets set in. It's a pattern, but it's cosmetic. It's superficial. Okay, so just keep that in mind. And maybe more diet makes people taller. Things like that. It's still considered cosmetic because it doesn't change the fact that it took us millions of years to become who we are like that, right? So just a short time, there was some superficial biological variations while we were settled in different places. And then 10,000 years ago, while we were in different places, we accidentally traumatized ourselves. Now, when there's trauma, okay, the more traumatized of the traumatized, okay, that seems to have taken place when mothers, for whatever reason, decided to traumatize their babies more severely, more harshly. So the way babies were raised and delivered changed, and it seems to be it changed in the colder places, in the places where there's less sun for whatever reason. Nothing to do with the melanin. Okay, let's pause here. I don't buy this melanin theory. I don't buy this hue man. I'm not sure if it's worth repeating. Like I heard someone say, you know, the word human. He says, well, the human, the hue, the color, hue, H-U-E, means like a hue of color. Well, the more hue you have, the more color, the more hue. Okay, come on. That's just a play on words or something. It's a cosmetic thing. It's just melanin, just more melanin, more shade of brown, more shade of brown. Less melanin, more shade of beige. So he looks pale. Well, that's because if you're stressed, the blood goes inward to protect the vital organs. So you look more palish like that. It's not white. Nobody has white skin. Nobody has black skin. It's the issue of melanin in relation to the sun and stress like that. And Jane Elliott says, technically speaking, since we're talking about melanin as the issue related to our skin tone, then a shade of beige is a kind of a shade of brown. So we all have a shade of brown. Even the shade of beige is a shade of brown. In the pale, it's still a shade of beige, but you don't see it as a beige because the blood went down inwardly, so it looked too palish or something. Nobody has white skin. Forget this nonsense. Jane Elliott makes this point very well. Jane Elliott. And since we all came from that Homo bodoensis family, we're all Africans. On average, she says, on average, we are all 30 to 50 times removed cousins, because we're all from that one massive family back there. We just spread around, little trivial biological variations. And then while we were traumatized in different places, okay, when you're traumatized, you project and you repeat. So now you got the issue of the 20%, let's say, who are more severely traumatized. Now, if they're more severely traumatized in the places where there was less sun, okay, not because of the sun issue, because of the trauma issue. Because there was trauma issue, the babies were removed from the mother. There was more trauma. Then those babies believed that the image took away their soul, that the image was envious, gave them poverty, was a robber baron, pillaged them, okay, didn't care kind of thing. They identify with that. Repetition compulsion. Okay. They see others and the world as their innocence and do to the world what the mother did to them. So they create a slogan, a jargon, a jingle, whatever. If we the more traumatized find something, it belongs to us. Okay? Code for the mother robbed them. The mother was a robber baron. The mother was a short seller. Okay, short sell. Something's good, you destroy it, you make a profit. They call it short selling. So now we're short selling the planet for a quick buck, because the mother got a little moment of pleasure when she used the baby to meet her needs. She short sold the baby. She was a robber baron to the baby. She pillaged the baby's soul. The baby had to like hand over his goods, his soul, to the mother like that. So he felt impoverished by this. He identified with the aggressor. Then they give others poverty, and the people in poverty then hand over the stuff to the 20%, okay, because 20% experienced that phenomenon with the mother. Okay, burglar, back to burglar, as usual. If you want to understand the human adult child, look to the nursery. We're all adult children of adult children, sibling society. We're traumatized. We're a traumatized version of ourselves. So the storytellers are helping us. Pete Docter, the director of Inside Out, is helping us. Ibsen, Goethe, Freud, all these, they're helping. Even Lacan and Freud to some degree, they're helping us. Masterson, Karen Horney, Althea Horner, Dorothea MacArthur, James Grosstein, Thomas Ogden, Janoff, you've got the whole, Rinsley, Solani, they are helping us. They're soul doctors. We got 2,000 soul doctors in our encyclopedia here. And the philosophers, and the poets, and Emily Dickinson, all these. The guard passed by here. He's doing the rounds, checking everything out. Maybe I was talking loudly or something. How's the lighting here? It looks kind of dark. Oh, here we go. Well, it's kind of, maybe I can, is the lighting better? No, let's stay here because then I'll have to. Oh yeah, we were talking about that setup between the clinger and the stinger. So if the stinger says, I'm okay, you're not okay, that means they need to find proxies to shame, devalue, belittle, okay? Because the proxy is their goodness, their own soulful goodness. They got to find somebody with some goodness to take it, to rob it, to pillage it, because that was done to them. They're married to mom, and they're addicted, shatterfoot, gleeful, excited, because they're in a bubble, an addiction bubble of the oceanic ecstasy. Today's quote. Today's an important quote, I think. I'm glad we finally found an articulate quote in this area. So we'll get to it. Stay tuned. Or just click the more link. You'll see the quote below if you want to jump ahead. What are we doing here? Let's see the time. Sorry, let me check the time. 4:20. So I got about an hour. Yeah, I got about an hour up here, right? Oh, the pool. Forget the pool. My God. You know what? Yeah. I realized something. There is another hotel, the side part, I might be able to use if I can stay here until 7. That I can. It's available after 7. A little spot there. So, and imagine the stinger and the clinger getting together. The stinger stencil is, I'm okay, you're not okay. Remember, when they say you're not okay, they mean their own soul is not okay, which they projected. And again, they take refuge in the time, in the uterus, where they're in this bubble delusion of being a king or a god, and they're the aggressor. So they act like the aggressor to perpetuate this addiction called shatterfoot. So they're addicted to hate, greed, envy, spite, addicted to the shatterfoot. They're addicted to hate and plundering, and they're addicted to evil, right? So that means they're addicted to their mother. If you don't get mother's love, you become addicted to that abusive mother. You're addicted to it. Maybe that's what she meant by the CIRC thing. People who receive the CIRC thing become addicted to pornography. Maybe that's what she meant. Yeah, now it's starting to make sense. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I think maybe there's some truth to that. I'm not interested at all. We talked about the fashion victim syndrome. So let's get into that topic. So let's say that the stinger who says, I'm okay, you're not okay. They gotta find somebody to shame, devalue, to allow the addiction they feel in the blissful bubble with the mother and the mind in the psychology. So let's say the clinger comes along. The clinger is like a child saying, I'm not okay, you're okay. The clinger sees the stinger, and the clinger does the flip. They want to see the model. I'm not okay, you're okay. The stinger is bitter and sour, negative, hostile. The clinger says, don't worry, to fit my model, I'll do sweet lemons. They're not sour, they're sweet. That's a defense mechanism known as sweet lemons. Okay, the clinger marries the stinger and says, I'm not okay, you're okay. The sweet lemon trick. Stinger says, of course, I'm okay, you're not okay. The stinger's thrilled to have somebody to shame, devalue, exploit, use, hurt, damage, because they're married to mom in the mind, and they're addicted. They just need someone to fill in for their soul to damage, because mother did that to them. The clinger says, ouch, but that makes sense because I'm not okay, you're okay. The clinger might say, don't worry, stinger, I'll save you, I'll cure you, I'll heal you. They're still trying to save the mother. They're still trying to cure the mother. They're still in that childlike place of trying to save the mother. Stingers don't have a clue about this. They may regard that as a kind of goodness. What, you have the goodness to try to save me? I hate goodness. My mother hated my goodness. I got to see it damaged. I'm envious of your goodness. So I'm going to mock it, devalue it, shame it, and see you damaged. Because my mother did that to me, and that's my loyalty to the mother. The clinger continues, well, that makes sense, you're doing that, because I'm not okay, you're okay. They keep doing this delusional thing. So finally, the clingers are hoping to save the stinger, make them a good parent to help the clinger in their development. The clinger doesn't realize that the stinger is still stuck prior to 18 months. The clinger is actually post 18 months. Clingers don't know this, they don't remember this stuff. Nobody remembers the first 2 years like that. Finally, the clinger, after 6 to 7 years of pain with the stinger, realizes something's wrong here. I've been lying to myself. I've been deluded. And by the way, back up. If the clinger says to the stinger, okay, I want to help, let's see the therapist. What's wrong with that's all psychobabble, to put it down. Don't be such a fool. They only take your money. So they're resistant. How do you feel? They hate that question because there's too much pain around us, so they'll mock you as a defense against it. The stingers have what's called survival anxiety. They can't feel associated, they don't make I statements, and they hate vulnerability and feelings like that. So they'll attack you, put it down, mock you, shame you like that. So they're resistant to this kind of area. The clingers give up. The clingers say, I can't take this, this is too much. 6 to 7 years of trying to save you, and the whole time you've been hating me and hurting me. I can't believe this. I've been such a fool. The clinger finally leaves, writes a self-help book entitled Codependent No More. They might play Gloria Gaynor, I Will Survive. We played the Glee one, the combo song by the Glee cast, I Will Survive, Survivor, that one. She might play, or he might play April Wine's song, Won't Walk Down That Road No More. Always giving her soul away like that, this naive trust, this relentless hope like this. It's the death of unreal hope that's the birth of new life. So that clinger is going to get a birth of new life when they realize this. She had this relentless hope, this unreal, relentless hope that she's going to save the stinger, cure the stinger. Like the baby's trying to cure the mother, heal the mother. It's nonsense. No baby can save the mother, cure the mother. So for 6 to 7 years, the clinger partner felt guilty, they felt flawed. They always twisted it, that the stinger, so they always like an enabler, like they were feeding the illness, like quote unquote feeding the illness, they were perpetuating it. Stingers love this addiction. Oh, you're such a fool, you deserve to be hurt. You're naive and trusting. Oh, you deserve to be damaged. They have these they're very cruel, they're cold, they're hard like this. And they're excited, and their humor is sadistic. So sometimes you hear the clinger overhearing what the stinger partner said about their back like this. If the two clingers get together and they're conscious, the clingers can make I statements. The clingers can free associate. They want to grow. They're on the track. They're still on the developmental track to get to I'm okay, you're okay. So those marriages, they're like healing paths, psychological paths, they like journey together. So those marriages can be a psychological healing path because they know it's a developmental issue and they can help each other as adults, make I statements to grow together, move forward and more together, cry together. They can do that together. Now if the clingers don't know this, then they're just going to compete with each other to see who's going to play the good parent for the other. In effect saying, could you be the good adult for my child? I want to know myself. No, you be the good adult for my child. I want to know myself. So they're competing like that. It's going to usually rust out, burn out, sour milk. It's not going to work. There's two kids fighting all the time. It's not going to work. Now the stingers don't bother with any of this stuff. If two stingers get married, okay, the first child, different case scenarios. Let's just keep it simple. One child, they might idealize, make a narcissistic extension. You be a superstar kid and redeem us. You be a star and we can vicariously enjoy your success as our success. So maybe they do it that way. So if we use Miss Sharon Wegshader's little model of the hero, scapegoat, lost child, mascot, those four like that. If we follow her model, the first child will get the support to be a narcissistic extension of the parents. But the truth is, the father and the mother who are stingers, if two stingers get married, they don't make I statements, they don't have intimacy, they don't feel, they don't share, but there's a lot of pain like that, a lot of anger like that. So they will deliberately scapegoat one of their children. One child will be scapegoated. So, meaning one child won't be loved, they'll be shamed and naughty. They want the child to be naughty. See all these violent images, like there's another ad for a horror film, like a violent, very violent, gruesome horror film. Okay, that ad we just saw, I won't show it to you, this violent, very gruesome, dark horror kind of imagery. You know, you're kind of like, oh God. Okay, today's quote will give you a clue to why that's there. If the baby's being mishandled by the mother, if the mother's rough handling the baby, he may have that kind of image like that. If the baby's like rough handling, he may interpret those violent images I just saw. Very disturbing kind of images. Really, you think people are going to go watch that stuff? If people do, that's code for prenatal trauma. Today's code coming up. That point will make sense when I read the quote, I think. So hang in there. If the two stingers get married, they have a lot of shame and anger and pain and hurt and trauma like this. So that means they're not feeling. They don't have their beingness, they don't have their golden ball, they're not feeling. When you're not feeling, you feel pain. When you feel pain, you feel tension. So they want to blow off steam. They want to create an excuse, an opportunity. They want to manufacture an opportunity to blow off steam. How do you do it? Well, traumatize one of the children. It's called scapegoating. Make him naughty. Say he's dangerous. Now you're justified to discharge your anger onto the child. Now you cloak it over with the excuse called spare the rod. So when you create a rationalization, it's to confuse you, it's to just give you permission to, but it's just a cloak, it's an excuse. The real issue is underneath. Shall I compare thee to an onion? It's underneath. So the underneath issue is the parents want to blow off steam. So if he's angry, he'll take it out on the kid. If she's angry, he takes it on the kid. Now the kid wants to save the parents, right? So he goes along with it. He plays the role of the scapegoat. He plays the role of the scapegoat to keep the parents together. That keeps the system together. The parents stay together like this. Poor kid, right? That kid might end up becoming with an Iago, because in the comic psychoanalysis, the scapegoated kid was on the verge of getting the idea that if he can somehow spread rumors between the parents and trick them to go against themselves, he gets some relief. That's Iago, right? But usually the kids will go along with being the delinquent and all this because the attention on the parents can go outward like that. So plus the naughty kid can be a proxy for their anger and shame. Then they see part of their anger expressed by the child. Then they have the excuse to express their anger. It's like a double thing going on. It's sad, right? What's that kid gonna do? Didn't get love, right? But he goes along with it to keep the parents together. Kids do remarkable sacrifices to keep their parents together. The stingers identify with the aggressor and just perpetuate the problem. The killingers are still trying to save the parents. So-called givers and takers. Stingers are sometimes called the emotional sadists. Clingers are the emotional masochists. But the stingers are emotional masochists underneath the emotional sadists. Again, shall I compare thee to an onion? But they don't want to feel they're emotional masochists, so they flip it. And emotional sadism is a defense against the underlying emotional masochism. So I don't use those terms. Some shrinks use it. It's too loaded. I usually avoided those kind of terms. So again, if the clingers can make I statements and free associate together, they can grow and reach the psychological birth. I'm okay, you're okay. Stingers don't bother. They give up on all that stuff. They don't care about that stuff. Okay? One child might be the star. That's an extension of their narcissism and glory that they're perfect and they're going to get mother's love. So the kid's going to try to find the parents' love that the parents want if they become a star in their fantasy, because if they're perfect, they think they please the mother and they save the mother, they redeem the mother if the kid is perfect. So this whole stuff. So the stingers either search for this narcissistic glory, in part, but mostly it's hostile stuff. So selfish and greed and don't care, and survival slogans, survival anxiety. So these marriages are very utilitarian, marriage and convenience, maybe like that. Oh yeah, in that Harry's Law show, there was a gruesome, a very gruesome example of this dysfunctional family. Where, oh, here we go. Find your real self, patreon.com/narrative medicine. Where is it? Yeah, the two kids were really messed up by these billionaire couple or something, the richest family in the city or whatever it was. Everybody knows them, a household name, a huge scandal and all this. So mysteriously, the mother was murdered. Everyone thought the father did it. Now the father was a cruel, vulgar, crude, ugly. Everyone assumed it. But the surprise ending was, well, was it the son? Because he's on meds. He's spaced out on meds. He's the lost child, dreamy. Ooh, he's a real sicko, right? But he didn't do it. You thought maybe he did it. He was just spaced out or something. Turns out that the daughter did it. The daughter was enraged at her mother for how she treated her. But she was enraged at the father who helped make it happen because he never stepped in to protect her from the abusive mother. So she thought that they were like together like that. So she read the father's diary of his violent fantasies and mimicked. She murdered her mother in the exact way that he fantasized it in his journal like that. So everyone assumed that the father did it, right? And the conclusion was, well, my mother was so nice to me, Father, and you helped make it happen. I thought I'd thank you for it. A very interesting season 2, episode 1 to 3. It was a 3-episode or a 3-part thing. A depressing, gruesome, violent, gruesome series. It's not a very. That Harry's Law has a real complicated. It started off more or less okay. It really sunk to the bottom. I kind of gave up. I noticed it started to pick up again towards the end. I haven't finished it yet. We have 4 quotes from that show. So we have a very good, fun chapter in our collection called Psychologically Minded Film and TV Show Quotes. I just noticed I wasn't looking in the camera most of the time, wasn't I? I was kind of like looking away. I'm feeling absent-minded today. I'm feeling... This video and the past 3 videos, I've been a little bit absent-minded. Today's still on kind of mode. Well, it's nice to see the cat food commercial. All right. So I posted 3 good quotes from the Harry's Law show. The one coming up in the next video, I think, it's about the Don Juan syndrome, actually. One of the lawyers is a playboy, Don Juan, and all this. And he has this routine of how he always gets the woman like that again and again. One of the women fell for his charms and was enraged at him and said to him, "What are you?" Not who are you, what are you? So he finally confessed, well, in his early life, every woman left him. He was divorced 3 times because the woman realized who he was. He was a novelty act. He was a cute, fun, playboy kind of, and they married him for that charming side of him. So he wasn't a keeper sort of thing. So they married him for the distraction, for the fun, to feel alive or something. But when they realized he was like a clownish kind of guy, they call him Howdy Doody or whatever, they got bored and left. So 3 women left him in a row like that. After that 3rd divorce, after being dumped for 3 times like that, he decided from then on he's never gonna ever put his eggs in one basket. So he said he always has 1 girl on the way in while 1 is leaving. So he has a cycling of 3 women, 3, 4, 5 women on the go, in and out like this. That was his explanation for it. So then the intervention came, and then now he tried to. And after his friends did an intervention, he decided to love again with that girl. Yeah, and the racism in that, the prejudice in that show was getting a little better. So towards the end of season 2, so it was getting. It started off okay. It crashed really badly. It was an ugly show. And I noticed it's getting a little better. I haven't finished it yet. So it's 2 seasons. Harry's Law, 2 seasons, 34 episodes. So I'm in the part 3 of it all. So that 4th quote from the show is coming up about the Don Juan syndrome, the Playboy syndrome. Why he's a playboy. Not a bad little quote. But the very good quote, oh yeah, from the same actor actually. The same actor, he said, takes me time to do it. So let's, if you click the more link for the past 3-4 videos, you'll find those Harry Law quotes. Still there? Still there. That's better if I stay here then. Okay, where are we here? Maybe I'll do the quotes then. So the source point for a lot of this problem is that babies are not getting their extended paradise. Babies need a paradise with their mother, a mother-infant dual unity, where it's all about the baby. The mother's there to meet the baby's needs, not the other way around. The jargon is the mother is the symbiotic object for the baby, or the self-object for the baby. Everything's baby-led. Okay? All of his needs are met unconditionally, right on time, just in time. That's because the mother's attuned to music. Let the music play on. Baby, chord, placenta, mother, placenta, chord, baby, re, mi, do, re, mi, 1, 2, 3, A, B, C. Everything flows smooth like that. Let the music play on. When the baby comes out, okay, baby, nerve line, suckling, skin to skin, loving gaze, mother, gaze, nerve line, breastfeeding, skin to skin, body to body, skin is the bridge, baby, bridge, mother, bridge, baby. Let the music, there's a rhythm, there's a smooth back and forth rhythm, no interruptions, no conditions, no traumas, no inflictions, no impingements, no demand. It's a smooth kind of thing. This Garden of Eden, this Shambhala, this Shangri-La, this Avalon, this paradisal condition is meant to continue for the first 4 to 5 months. Then, at 4 to 5 months, he hatches out of the egg. He starts to hatch out. But in order to hatch out of the egg, he's got to get the egg. So let's talk about this egg. That's today's topic, the egg, the psychological egg. It's physiological, biological, and all that, but it mainly focus on the psychological side of it all, the mind side of it, or the spiritual side, whatever you want to call it. Okay, the psychic side of it all, the psychic egg. So that's what we'll do. Let me bring the quotes over to here, and we'll talk about the egg. So hang in there, stay tuned. Just give me a minute, half a minute to get it over. Oh, let me move. Let me take this thing. Okay, let's begin with the egg. So this is a description. This is somebody's description of the paradise, basically. So again, the baby is considered to be in a blissful oneness with the mother. Unico mystica, wonder of this big mystery. So here's one way of describing it. The type of tension-free melted ecstasy exemplified by the feeling of cosmic unity can be referred to as oceanic ecstasy. Wow. A sense of merging with the environment. Okay, so the baby's one with the environment. He's one with the uterus. The uterus is a friendly place. Okay, the mother is a friendly, he's one with the mother. Mother infant dual unity. A sense of merging, fusion, oneness, etc. Undifferentiation. No differentiation. It's just the two as one. A sense of merging with the environment and feelings of unity with perceived objects, the mother. The world is seen as a place of indescribable radiance and beauty, a mystery to be experienced, not a riddle to be solved. Everything appears perfect. Everything is as it should be. Okay, this is the blissful heaven, right? The Garden of Eden. Okay. The world appears to be a friendly place where a passive dependent attitude can be assumed with full confidence and with feelings of complete security. So the baby has complete security, no conditions, no fears. Okay, he's not fighting with a sea monster. Okay, the sea monster means if the baby's smoking, drinking, taking pills and all this, you're not getting enough oxygen, too much stress going on in his brain, he's enraged. He projects his rage onto the cord, 3 veins, placenta puts it together. Alice in Wonderland, sea monster, wants to eat him. In the Odyssey, Jim Henson, the Muppets people, they showed you that scene with the three-necked monster, the sea monster eating the people. So you don't want the baby to experience this kind of hell like that, right? Everything's heaven or hell. See, the mother smokes, he's in hell, fighting with the sea monster. Mother doesn't smoke or whatever. He's got this oceanic bliss. So he's got the Garden of Eden. All babies are meant to have the paradise. So the role of the mother during pregnancy is to make sure and ensure the sacred feminine, the sacred woman, the sacred maternal, is that the baby gets his paradise. Okay, it's a sacred thing. Let the baby have his paradise. Don't poke him. Don't hit him to see if he can kick. Don't do some stupid things like that. And realize that the baby is kicking. He's in stress. The baby shouldn't be kicking. If he's kicking, he's maybe the odd in this and wonder. But I think the consensus is if the baby's kicking around too much, it's because maybe the mother scared him and he's trying to escape. He's trying to kick out. And when he did it, he accidentally twisted the cord around him. Now he's not getting enough oxygen. Now he's fighting with the sea monster. So if the baby's kicking and the mother says, "Hey everybody, feel here. Little Junior's going to be a soccer star." You got to be kidding. What a Mr. Tuman. So the mother has to have that rhythm with the baby. Feel the oneness of the baby. Sense the baby. The mother I don't know what it feels like. The mother senses this connection, senses this, how the baby is one with the mother, and she's there for the baby, sees the baby, accepts the baby, soothes the baby. I'm here for you, baby. Everything's good. I'm here for you. You're safe. You're held. So he can grow and be nourished and fed in this blissful kind of place. So this Groff guy was trying to figure out was studying this area. He was trying to study this area. So he's a medical doctor, so part of his research. Okay, so one way to describe it is this number 2 here. So he took some kind of mushroom or whatever, I don't know what it is. Okay, so this researcher was trying to bring some of this up to consciousness. Yeah, so so this researcher was trying to bring some of this stuff up that he felt as a baby but forgot up to consciousness. How do you do that? Like, whoa. Well, apparently there's some kind of trick in the brain that can do that. I don't know. So here it is here. I was witnessing the spectacle of the macrocosm with countless pulsating and vibrating galaxies. And I was it at the same time. Right? He's the universe. He thinks he was one with the universe. These radiant and breathtaking cosmic vistas were intermingled with experiences of the equally miraculous microcosm, from the dance of atoms and molecules to the origins of life and the biochemical world of individual cells. Wow. For the first time, I was experiencing the universe for what it really is, an unfathomable mystery, a divine play of energy. Everything in this universe appears to be conscious. After having had to accept the possibility of fetal consciousness, unborn child consciousness, I was confronted with an even more startling discovery. Consciousness might actually pervade all existence. My scientific mind was heavily tested by this possibility until I realized that although many of these experiences were incompatible with our common sense, they were not really necessarily out of the realm of science. And he says, why not? You know, Einstein found all these things, and Copernicus found all these things. He says, why not? Is everything consciousness? Whoa. And then you have carriers of consciousness, carriers of memories. So little things can carry memories. But it's the memories that are the issue. You are what you remember, says one self-help book. Okay, in another one of his experiments, he tried to bring out another guy, or the same guy, or another guy, tried to bring up the blissful time when there were problems in the uterus. So that one we just read, everything was okay in the uterus. So he could feel that blissfulness, one with the universe, he's the universe. That's what he felt as a baby, but forgot, he managed to bring it up. Now what if there were problems in the uterus? That's number 3 here. Toxic insults during intrauterine existence. Okay, so during this hallucination or whatever, I was greatly reduced in size, and my head was considerably bigger than the rest of my body and extremities. I was suspended in a liquid milieu, and some harmful chemicals were being channeled into my body through the umbilical area. Using some unknown receptors, I was detecting these influences as noxious and hostile to me. I could also perceive the offending quality of the intruding substances in my gustatory bud. The sensation seemed to combine the taste of iodine with that of decomposing blood or old bouillon. All this sour, painful stuff, right? While this was happening, I was aware that these toxic attacks had something to do with the condition and activity of the maternal, something to do with the mother. Occasionally, I could distinguish influences that appeared to be due to ailmentary factors. Sometimes I sensed it was about the ingestion of mother taking alcohol, inappropriate food, smoking. At other times, I perceived as chemical mediators of my mother's emotions. I sensed her anger and anxieties and fears. The idea of astute consciousness existing in the unborn child and the possibility of subjective awareness of all the nuances of their interaction with the mother were certainly contrary to my perceptions based on my medical training. Janov would like this quote. He's very much into this area. If that third quote, if this topic is of interest, go to the Janov material, 27, 24 to 70. We did 26 videos on the work of Janov. Embedded in those 300 quotes of his is this kind of material. Well, let's take it a step further. What about prenatal distress syndrome? What's that? Prenatal distress syndrome. Back to the horror. Now you're getting into all the horror imagery, and like all the heavy metal stuff, and like the musicians who dress up on stage in scary outfits, and the front cover of all these dark metal albums. This whole kind of horror, violent, all this gruesome stuff. Okay, that's code for this quote here: prenatal distress syndrome. Prenatal distress syndrome. Remember, the baby's fighting with the sea monster, or the baby's being rough handled with the mother. If the mother's force feeding him, he thinks he's being poisoned or something. Or if the mother's rough handling, he thinks he's being torn apart or something. Or if the mother is like suffocating him. Or all these kind of wild fears can take place. Burglar has a chapter about these babyhood fears. So here it is here. Prenatal distress syndrome, or prenatal trauma. The world of the unborn child is disturbed. It's disturbed. The uterus is not a friendly place if the mother's drinking and smoking, taking pills, going to heavy metal concerts, if she's upset, in a bad mood, whatever. Okay, the world of the unborn child is disturbed. Okay, so the baby is in what's called a rejecting womb. The mother maybe doesn't want the baby, or and the mother's letting the baby know, he feels it. He's stressed out by this. The baby needs a friendly, welcoming womb, not a rejecting womb. Okay, at first insidiously through chemical influences, later in a grossly mechanical way by periodic uterine contractions. Okay, so if there's a problem at the birth delivery and there's contractions, but the mother clenches and the cervix can't open and he's stuck in there like this. So if there's a problem in the delivery, okay, he's in a real battle like this. He's in a battle for his life, right? The poor baby. The contractions are coming in. The mother's supposed to tilt the tailbone, they said, but the table blocks it. Now he's got this wall there. All these problems like this. The mother's tense, she's afraid, so she clenches up. The baby's struggling, like he's claustrophobic, he's enraged. Real battle like this going on, right? All these horror. Now you're getting this scary stuff here, right? So the baby's in a nightmare, to say the least here. This creates a situation of extreme emergency and vital threat, with various signs of intense physical discomfort. In this phase, the uterine contractions encroach on the unborn child, but the cervix is closed and the way out is not yet open. The mother and the child are a source of pain for each other. Look at that, eh? The mother and the child are a source of pain for each other. What an insult, eh? What an insult. The mother clenches, doesn't prepare things, makes a pain for the baby. Now the baby's trying to come out. Now the baby's a source of pain for the mother. Then the mother punishes the baby by taking pills or whatever. Now the baby's brain is swimming in endorphins. Now he gets the message that anytime he tries to do something, his brain's going to release the endorphins, which numbs him out, and then he gives up easily in life. So there can be a pattern that sets in. If the baby's coming out of the womb and the mother takes all these anesthesias and all this, that's an imprint. A template is set in. Later, when he tries to do something for himself, the brain releases endorphins. Now he gives up. He's spaced out, doesn't know what to do. The mother and child are a source of pain for each other and are in a state of biological antagonism and conflict. It can be surmised that this experience is more devastating in a pathological delivery. It is, however, conceivable that the fear and confusion of an inexperienced mother, or a distinctively negative or strongly ambivalent attitude of the mother toward the unborn child or toward the process of delivery itself, can make this phase more difficult both for mother and child. Such feelings could interfere with the physiological interplay between the contractions and the cervix, opening of the cervix. Now the baby experiences no exit. He's in hell. He's in hell, and there's no exit. And it's timeless, it's forever, he thinks in his brain. The subject feels encaged in a claustrophobic world and experiences incredible physical and psychological tortures. Oh yeah. So that advertisement for the horror, there was a horror, there's some kind of horror, there's some kind of horror film out, and that SkyTrain had an advertisement with all these violent torture horror scenes on it. You can hardly look at it, right? And that's code of what the baby's going through. See, that stuff, the guy who did that, he's saying that happened to me. The subject feels encaged in a claustrophobic world and experiences psychological, physical tortures. This experience is characterized by a striking darkness of the visual field and ominous colors. Typically, the situation is absolutely unbearable and at the same time appears to be endless and hopeless. No escape can be seen either in time or space. Metaphysical suffering that will never end. Never end. So that's why the stories would say he's in hell and it's forever. He's in forever hell. So that story by the storytellers of some character, Prometheus was it, or somebody in hell. Sisyphus is in hell in his pain, or Prometheus being pecked forever. That's the torture that we're talking about in the uterus time. So the role of the mother is to give the baby the paradise and do everything in advance to prepare for a natural, gentle birth. Birth without violence. Le Boyer, Klaus and Kennel, time sensitivity. Lotus, remember the lotus? Okay, the position, tailbone, contractions, and so on. And do everything she can in that area. And if there are problems, make sure the father functions in the sacred masculine role to protect the baby from further abuse, to allow the mother and the baby the chance to heal, to give the mother a chance to heal the baby, to help the baby heal, and to protect and preserve this chance that the baby can be healed if there were problems. That's the role of the sacred masculine in the delivery room, to make sure that happens. Because if the mother's out of it, the father's got to have her back here and the child's back and protect us. No gynecologist, I don't care what procedure you're following. This procedure was designed to pillage and plunder the planet. Don't bother with this trauma. I want to save my baby in the here and now. I want to protect my baby and heal my baby. I'm going to hand the baby directly to the bosom, and okay. Metaphysical suffering that will never end, as they have been depicted by various religions. Oh yeah, so religion borrows these mythological stories and you create religion on it. In a more superficial version of the same experiential pattern, the subject is preoccupied with the situation in this world and perceives it in a very definite negative bias. He is selectively aware only of the ugly, the evil, the hopeless, etc. Perceived in this stage as an apocalyptic place full of terror, suffering, wars, epidemics, accidents, natural catastrophes, etc., etc., etc. Okay. The individual is unable to find or appreciate anything good in the universe, whether positive aspects of human nature, pleasant episodes in life, natural beauty, or even the chance to interpret some artwork like Goethe or something. So if somebody has a very gloomy outlook on life, and all these cynics and sarcastic characters, negative characters, sardonic humor, black humor, all these characters, that's code for this kind of prenatal trauma. Oh, they're gone? Hey. Oh, I think they just left. Oh, good. Hang on a second. Oh, good, good. They just left. One sec. All right. Oh, I feel better here, yeah. Well, finally. Oh, I prefer the peace. Oh, what a relief to get this room back. Oh, okay, now we're cooking. Maybe the noise is catching up with me, all this. In the big city, the noise is everywhere all the time. Maybe it's a mistake for me to go to the mall. There's always lots of noises. Okay, sorry. Okay, last one here by Mr. Groff here. The inability to forgive. So that's the issue here. So we want to forgive. The healing is about forgiving, understanding, forgiving, okay, healing, okay. Now, if we avoid this or don't do this, or feel some kind of inability to forgive, this appears to be as conductive to karmic, meaning repetition, compulsion, imprinting, as actively performed injustice. So the injustice outwardly in the world is because the person can't forgive the mother. Forgive the mother and you won't do injustice. So for more on the forgiveness topic, go to Bruce Spring on YouTube. Type in Bruce Springsteen, Toronto Independence Day, and listen to the introduction he gives to that song. I noticed he did a similar abbreviated version of that in Oslo, I think. Anyways, when he introduces that song, sometimes he talks about forgiveness. He means emotional independence day from the mother. How did he do it? How did he get free from that script, that traumatic script from the mother? How did he break free from it? Okay, so first, you got to see your parents as people, human beings. Second, if the parents hurt the child, that's because that's connected to their trauma with their parents. That the parents are adult children fighting with their parents. So, yes, take it personally, but not too personally. You know what I mean? So keep that in mind. That's a good starting point right there, right? So in yesterday's quote, that was in there. If you go to yesterday's quote, 28:52, that was the key one there about those 2 points. Okay? See your parents as people. That's what Springsteen says. You're startled to realize. You're startled, you're surprised to realize that your parents are just like people, had hopes and dreams, didn't pan out. Yikes. And, that's why it was so hurtful. But nevertheless, there were still some blessings in their efforts to, they did do some things that were helpful, but it was hurtful. Can you have an ambivalence like that? Get the two sides. If you can hold the two sides, see, that's the scene in Inside Out 2 where you're holding the two sides and you get the third side of the coin. That's the guard again. Oh, that's great. Oh, these guys have been good to me. That's nice. I appreciate it. Yeah. I only come once a week here just to... I told him, don't worry, I won't come every day. I'll just come once a week. He said, okay, once a week. No, I didn't know. We didn't make it. Why am I saying that? I'm saying to myself, I'm just coming here once a week. It's a bit of a treat to come here once a week, yeah. Oh yeah, he was saying this whole issue of things repeating, like this whole karmic cycle of things repeating around and around. That's repetition compulsion. That's because we're not forgiving. Nobody's forgiving anybody because nobody's understanding. It's hard to understand this stuff. Like, why would people behave like this? Why would people behave in an evil way? Because the mother took away the baby's chance to live. It was reversed. That's why it's evil. Okay, the mother's got to let the baby, I'm here so you can live and love, and I'll do that. So a very good quote in this area is that woman who was planning to have a baby, and she said to herself, wait a minute, hold the phone here. Ran to the shrink. Shrink said to her, oh yes, you're letting me know what kind of childhood you had. You see, she's recreating it. When you don't remember, you repeat and stage and recreate a psychodrama, melodrama. You transfer and recreate the past and the present because the pain you're feeling, because you're trying to remember. So she was trying to remember. So she went to the shrink to help her to remember. Oh yes, you're letting me know, you're communicating what kind of childhood you had. What do you mean, she said? You're letting me know what kind of mother you had and how it felt being with her. Go on, she said. You're putting me in the role of you, and you're acting like her. And I feel a kind of tug or a pull to maybe feel what you felt with her. Click, click, she got it. Cried. Avalanche. Okay, the Inside Out 2 scene with the avalanche. Got the thoughts come up. She cried. Then later had a baby. She didn't need to repeat. She got the story, so she didn't repeat it. Okay. See, it had, right? I think that's still one of my favorite quotes about that lady who did that. And one music video is "Because of You" by Kelly Clarkson. It's a little bit in that area. So she broke this. So she stopped this. We don't need more passaging of intergenerational trauma. So for the love of narrative medicine, okay. To get so I think the shrinks are onto something here. The heart of psychology is this psychoanalysis. Psychology without psychoanalysis is trite, erroneous, vague. It's nothing. It's just a puff. It's just a red herring, distraction. Oh yeah, back to I wanted to mention that one about that. My God, what is it? Let's see. Oh, 5:13 already, eh? This is what I don't like about the coffee. I feel like already the coffee's wearing off on me, and it has a negative effect. If I drink guava juice, I'd just be starting now. I'd be just revving up now. I'd be in third gear by now if I were in guava. Now I'm revving down. Oh, my goodness. I don't like caffeine. Why do I drink? It's funny, right? Part of my anxiety, right? Yeah, part of my anxiety, right? Did you see an Inside Out to anxiety, drinking all those caffeinated drinks all the time? Buzzing all the time. For a discussion on the film Inside Out 2, go to 2840. 2840. You'll find the world's only, or at least the world's first, possibly first and only, psychoanalytic interpretation of the film Inside Out 2. I spent like 3 hours on it. So we talk about the free association, the abreaction, healing the splits, integrating the psychosynthesis of the two sides to getting the third side of the coin, which is the healing, and of course, discussion of the various. So repression is there. We talk about those 9 emotions as well, each one specifically. Yeah. So that's there, 2840. 2840. So it does seem tempting, you know, to just explain away, oh, some aliens came, that's why we're doing these bad things. No, it's the summed up effect. It's the summed up effect. If you got more and more people, if you got millions or billions of people being so traumatized like this, routinely traumatized like this, it's going to add up. They're going to have a commonality where they all want a scapegoat. They can't get along with each other, so they got to pillage and plunder. So, one of the most recently added theories on prejudice is this issue of the mother and the other. Right? So, if a person sees other, wait a minute, other, I didn't get my selfhood, self and other. To get to see an other, I needed to be loved by the mother. So other reminds you of the mother, but the mother didn't give you the love to get to self and other, to get your personhood. You didn't get differentiation. So if you think somebody's an other, you think mother. Okay, mother didn't give you the love, so now you hate the other, meaning you hate the mother. Now, if the baby is loved by the mother, they're okay with others. They understand others. Members of Homo Chomicus, a little appreciation of people who grew up in places that were plundered. They didn't get a chance to love their babies. Babies grew up with arrested development or something, or different models of coping, I guess. Well, I was thinking about doing a longer video today, but I'm feeling the caffeine effect on me. Jeez, what a pity, eh? Either I just start to wind this down video, either I start to wind this video down here and wrap it up, or just go for a walk and maybe we can do another little section or something. Let's see. What do you say, anxiety? Anxiety's buzzing around. I'm leaning towards just wrapping it up in the next few minutes. Sometimes I like to walk around the neighborhood and show you things or something. Or go to the rooftop or something. Or show you Spider-Man. Let's see, is that Spider-Man? Oh yeah, there he is. Oh, there's Spider-Man. He's on the window washer. I mean the window washer. Making his way down, yeah. I don't know how often they have to clean the windows. That's quite a job. Well, you got some sunshine. You got some vitamin D. Oh, I just recently heard a new theory about vitamin D. That one of the main contributing factors to people getting colds is that they're not getting enough vitamin D. So in wintertime, it's not so much it's that the cold keeps people more indoors. It's not the cold, it's that you're not getting enough sun. I don't know about that one. That's just somebody made that comment. So at least these guys, they're outdoors, right? Interesting job, yeah. They must see all kinds of, oh my goodness. They probably see all kinds of things, huh? They have to be discreet, right? People screaming, what's that? Yeah, the most recent episode of Harry's Law I just watched yesterday was the fundraiser thing, where they all... It was the lighthearted episode. There were so many gloomy, depressing episodes. I could see what happened. They needed to do some kind of fun episode. So all of the law firms in the city unite for one big fundraising event, and they all do like a talent show competition. So yeah, of course Harry's team won and all this. A little bit funny, yeah. Yeah, that's the first sort of funny kind of episode, the talent show thing. Yeah, that's not a bad episode. It's called season 2, I don't know, episode 15, 16, 17, something in that area, about the talent show. Well, the contest. I think it's called the contest. Is that right? just watching that. So trauma before 18 months, people develop what Grotstein called the BPD amalgam in the mind. They can't tell the truth. They'll flip and blame and twist and turn around, act like the aggressor, but wildly proclaim that they're the victim. You know, because they can't feel, they're in survival anxiety. So if they hurt others, they're just in survival anxiety. That means others are the mother. They're trying to control others, trying to control the mother. Hey, you just hurt those innocent people. What are you talking about? How dare you? I'm fighting for my life. My mother's hurting me. What are you talking about? You're not in the nursery here. Their emotions overflood them, and they get so angry because they're acting like a baby in the nursery like that. Okay, burglar, back to Edmund Burglar, as usual. The answer's in the nursery. Look to the nursery. It's kind of surprising that there's like an enraged outburst of a person's inability to see the harm they caused someone. How dare you? I'm the victim here. They're the aggressor. What? They have a need to turn it around, and there's a skill and intuition to play on people's feelings to get to do that. Yeah? Again, it's the amalgam in the brain. Grotstein calls it psychotically neurotic, intermingles with neurotically psychotic. Okay. So this is the hall of mirrors, house of mirrors. Now you see me, now you don't catch me if you can. Okay, so they can't admit a feeling, they can't tell it. It's okay. That's not. It's from Christine Lawson. Her book is called Understanding Borderline Mothers, and Grotstein's material. Excellent author, James Grotstein. Got a lot of great quotes from him. Yeah. Let's see. Well, why don't I leave before the dinner people start coming in? What is it? 5:23. Okay, let's just go for a little walk outside and I'll wrap it up outside. Yeah, okay. Just give me a second to pack up here. Everything's okay? All right. All tidy here? All right. Oh, jeez. Oh, it's perfect. Perfect at this time, huh? Thank you. Thank you. Let's forget about the pool. It's too bad the pool part is occupied. Yeah, the weather's a little better, a little cooler. Oh, okay. Not so bad, though. So you got a cute little deli there. Right? Yeah, thanks guys. Great. See you. Thanks. Now let's peek at the other place, see what it's like. Okay. Ah, it's busy here. Just this little spot here. Busy here too. Well, maybe this guy's here. What's lighting here? If I see here. Oh no, the waitress is gonna come. Oh, the waitress is gonna come. Yeah. Okay, I'll just wrap it up. Any final thoughts here? So your mission, should you choose to accept it, is to read the 5 quotes here and pick out one, right? And then do something with it. Make a note of it. Why'd you choose it? And that's the mental hygiene exercise that Robert Bly tells people. To read psychoanalysis every day for 10 minutes, you know, like a hygienic kind of thing. It's like weaving the basket, weaving the nest, and then the feelings will come up when they come up. You don't control that kind of thing. Just create it, make it safe, communicate that you're ready to accept back your feelings. So by reading these quotes, you're doing that, then your feelings may come up spontaneously.
Check out.
What else? Our theme song to 1001 Windmills of the Mind is Katja Epstein's German cover of the song Windmills of the Mind. It begins with the bass tubas, Great theme song, I love it. Yeah, and yeah, Barbara Lewis sings an excellent English rendition of the song. Barbara Lewis, due to the copyright, I don't usually play it. Some security guard gave me an intense look. I'm watching you. Who are you? New guy. Okay, what else? Yeah, so you got your mission to pick one quote, to look up Bruce Springsteen on YouTube there, listen to the introduction that he gives to that song. I like to, I highly recommend that comic Psychoanalysis from Dark Horse Publishing. Now this comic was done back in '55, but 4 years ago it got reissued, reprinted and digitized. 12 therapy sessions presented in comic book format, but it's interpretive, it's educational, it's not some entertainment, it's actually educational. Yes, it's a little bit dramatized and all that, but it's a little exaggerated, but it preserves the core teaching, the core teachings. So if you want like a quick, very good felt grasp of psychoanalysis, read that comic. That's the best intro. Seriously, I think that's the best intro. You learn about the toxic masculinity guy, the overeater, separation anxiety, self-defeating behavior, projected inner critic, the scapegoating issue, and other points. Dream interpretation a little bit. Things are busy, yeah. The hotels are busy these days. It's always, what am I talking about? It's always busy. What am I talking about? It's always been busy around here. I'm in a major, very popular major tourist visit. Nice people. Any final thoughts here? I don't feel any kind of joke coming on. I would love to end the video on a joke, something humorous. Quite the opposite. I'm feeling a little I'm feeling this caffeine withdrawal. I should. Sorry, okay. See, that's like a child side of me, right? If I complain about the caffeine, it's like me being a child. My imaginary audience is going to be the parent who's going to come for me and soothe me. They're there now. Everything's okay. What else? Yeah, we'll have I'm not sure if we'll have more quotes by Mr. Groff, but he was popular in the 70s and all this with his experiments. And yeah, it's nonsense. You can't evoke what you felt back in the uterus and think you're going to be healed. That's nonsense. Now you may be inspired and marveled and appreciate the whole life process and all that, but it doesn't heal your personal trauma. Only consciousness and mourning is the way to go. It's a present activity. You got to repair the ego, restore the ego. If you just magically evoke what you recorded but forgot, but bring it up like that artificially, that's called spiritual bypassing. You're bypassing the ego to bring up something that happened. So maybe you do feel all those terrifying feelings in the uterus, on the smoking and all this, the terror of trying to get out of the canal, but mother's clenching and the contractions, all this horror that's taking place. You may feel some of those nightmarish kind of, you're not necessarily going to heal it. You just, no, or at least maybe you can, it makes you aware of those traumas, so now you got to go on the journey to forgive your mother. Why did the mother fail the baby? Why did the mother not love the baby? What's her old cunning tale? What's she repeating? What's her trauma? Okay, is she a stinger or a clinger? Okay, is her humor negative? What's her earliest memories? Then you can get somewhere, right? So maybe. So psychoanalysis is always about being a detective. No magic pill or no magic words. So psychoanalysis is not a magic breast, meaning not magic words, milk, breast, milk, magic like words, milk. Not like you notice that, right? Some people are hired in top positions, the PR people. They say nothing, but they talk smoothly and softly and comfortably, and everyone is like lulled in the way in the tone. That's like this. That's why they're hired. There's no information. There's no knowledge. There's nothing helping you. They're just calming you like that. So that's equivalent to, mother soothing you or something. So some people who have that talent get high positions to talk like that to people, and they can get millions of followers or whatever. So people just want to feel better for the moment. That's one issue. But the psychoanalytic area is someone is trying to help you be a detective, teaching you to make inferences. Okay? If you're repeating, we repeat the interaction of the past to the present to know the past. That's going to bring up feelings, right? Now the idea of it is interesting, and then you go to sleep. You might get a dream, and then you wake up, and then more comes to your consciousness. Is that guy still here? Maybe I can. Oh no, the witch is gonna do this already. Can I just sit there for about 5 minutes or 10 minutes? Yeah. Okay, good. Thanks. It's too dark on this end, right? Is it too dark here? It's too dark here. Oh, I'm gonna just stand here. Why don't I just stand here? Oh, fire exit. Oh, okay. Here's a new one. Why don't we stand by? Okay, let's wrap it up. Why don't we wrap it up here with these flowers? This one or this one? Where's the light? Is the lighting better here? Lighting is about the same either way. Well, if I can't end on a joke, let's end on some flowers or some nice scenery of some kind. That's not too. Take it to the. Should we go to the roof? They do have a rooftop up here. What the hell? Okay, let's go. Let's check it. Here we go. Oh, it's closed. Oh no, sorry. Oh no, okay, no, it doesn't work. Oh, it's not open yet. Oh, it's not open. You're kidding. The rooftop lounge via lobby. Let's try this one. I think they have an outdoor part here. Let's see. Can I just like walk outside for 5 minutes?
Yes.
Is that okay? Yeah, great. Oh, this pool is packed as well. My goodness. Oh, let's forget it. Nobody wants. Maybe. privacy. Okay, forget that. Wrap it up this part here. Okay, let's wrap it up here. Yeah, so thanks very much. I don't want to disturb this guest in front of me here. Let's wrap it up here. Well, this is like a nice little sort of massive sofa kind of thing. Yeah, nice to get the breeze. Any final thoughts here? I noticed during this video I've been tense. I feel a little tense throughout this video. I'd like to do this. I'd like to do these videos in a relaxed, easygoing, friendly, smooth, happy, fun way. Sometimes that happens. Lately, I've been missing it. The inspiration is that when the recognition that we're traumatized, the recognition of these things called defense mechanism, projection, repetition, compulsion, symbiosis, okay, these kind of things, developmental process, and identification with the aggressor, this kind of recognition, it's encouraging because we're getting back ourselves, we're reconnecting, reuniting with ourselves. And that's what we're looking for. We're looking for this inner home. The problems outwardly, it's a communication that we don't have the inner home. Get back our inner home. That's the Odyssey. He wants to get back home, right? Then we're okay. When Persephone comes, when this core comes back up to Persephone, we got our inner home. When we get the key out from under Mother's pillow to release Iron John, the golden ball, we got back our inner home. And Snow White comes back. You're nice to yourself. The marriage is there. You do the work of eating the Rapunzel of the roots, okay, in which is garden. You got the Rapunzel, and then on the other side of the fence you got the main house, or you got the castle and the unconscious. Remember, the castle was in debt and poverty. We feel in poverty, we feel guilty. Okay? And then in the unconscious force was the Rapunzel soul. Okay, or likewise, the one house was starving, so they needed the unconscious material. So the fellow hopped over the fence, which is garden, plucked up the rampions, the roots, brought her over the fence, ate the roots, okay, back and forth, unconscious, conscious. Where it was, ego shall be. The two worlds, primary mentation, secondary mentation. You want to make more and more to your secondary mentation. You want to reconnect, reunite, reintegrate, reaccept parts of you. That's Robert Blythe's metaphor, the bag. By the age of 5, we put so much of ourselves, we put a lot in the bag's the metaphor, like the unconscious, dark, shadow self, secret self, shadow, we don't know. We spend the rest of our lives trying to get back, look at the bag, get it back. Okay, it's aspects, memories, what are we doing, defense mechanisms, understanding, that's all our development's frozen. We have to get back this kind of stuff, make it conscious, reintegrate. The more we reunite with ourselves, the more whole we are, then we're more healed, healing and wholeness. Paging John A. Sanford, paging John A. Sanford. Now when I say John A. Sanford, I mean the guy who wrote Healing and Wholeness. He's very good. He gives you psychological interpretations of religious stories. Again, my disclaimer, whenever we mention religion or religious stories, it's only specifically in the context of when religion is being used as an adjunct or a branch or a tool of the pillage and plunder. Because religion co-ops, twists the psychology for the pillaging, called krivda. Someone called it krivda. You take something true, twist it, make it crooked, and does something harmful. Like so, just let these other people pass here. Okay. Yeah, I forgot about this place. Yeah, I forgot about this spot. This pool has 2 parts, so I can avoid The guests are on this side. I'm at the door though, so it's a little awkward. Oh, well that guy left. Well, maybe I can. The waitress. Oh, another waitress. Oh, jeez. Hold on a second. Can I just sit here for 5 minutes? I'm not going to buy a drink. It's okay? Yeah, maybe 5-10 minutes, yeah. I mean, no, I slipped in 10 minutes. I said 5 minutes. Oh, make it 10. Oh, I got the water. Uh-oh, wait a minute. You see the people? That's water in the background. Is that water? That's actually a water behind me there. Water, earth, air, fire, water. The name of a radio program called Air, Earth, Water, Fire, I think. Back in the 80s, I think. Episode entitled, no, that's the episode. There was a radio program called Gleanings of the Earth. Gleanings of the Earth. There's an episode in that radio program called Air, Earth, Water, Fire. They're 30 minutes long, and embedded in that episode, there's a 10-minute speech by Kristen Wilson called "Ooh My Soul." I played it a few times in the past. That's a great speech. It's jam-packed. That's a great speech. Your mission, should you choose to accept another mission, is to look up that speech. Radio, you gotta type in radio4all.net. Gleanings of the Earth. It should show up. How are we doing here? What time is it? 5:48. Maybe 20 minutes of light left. I quote from that speech a few times. Kristen Wilson says, if you're not in your body, meaning embodiment, your sense of self, if you don't feel at home within, you're not making sense anymore. Because you're trying to do outside in. Grasping on the outside, the symbolic mother from the past, doesn't make sense. Mourning, feeling, then you get back your beingness, Shakti, Yin, okay, midnight blue, feminine element, feminine principle, okay, the feelings, the beingness. You get back your beingness, like the moon, like the rest, the beingness. Day and night, the night part, the resting beingness. From that beingness, you have your feelings, the golden ball. When you have your golden ball, you're loving life in the present. You're aware of your uniqueness, which you express. There's the blue jay of happiness and the golden ball. Now you got the bluebird of happiness from within, and you're acting from the normal condition. So we're naturally ethical, kind, moral. And like that archaeologist said, prior to that transition from village to pillage, we were okay before, according to the archaeologists. That's their inference. They make that interpretation from their discoveries of what they discovered prior to that time. It makes sense because indigenous people, live peacefully. Like their philosophies are so filled with love and harmony with nature, love with nature, And the interesting attitude by indigenous people, they respect the woman kind of like a representative, like of Mother Earth kind of thing. So they naturally respect Mother Earth. They have that natural connection because we're from the earth like this. 70% salt water, 70% salt water. Treat the earth as least as well as you treat yourself, says one scientist. the ecology was naturally understood, and a reflection of it is how well they treated women, because they regarded women like a mini Earth kind of thing, giving life to the baby. Mother Earth. But Kristen Wilson says we've got a problem in this area because of the trauma. We end up hating the mothers, then we hate the Earth. If you hate your mother, you're gonna hate Mother Earth, kind of thing. Kristen Wilson, yeah, great speech called "Ooh My Soul," Gleanings of the Earth, episode Air, Wind, Fire, Water. Sure of the order, something like that. Could be earth, air, water, fire, something like that. It's about halfway through the, I don't know, you'll find it. It's only 30 minutes long. You'll find it. You'll find it easily. She does it half serious, half humorously, half in terms of like theater style, but it's on the topic of the environment. Why are we plundering the planet for a quick buck? Why are we doing this? Is it reasonable? Is it reasonable, really? If that's reasonable, then please make me very simple so I wouldn't think such a thing, she said. It's like, let's talk about salvation, people. No, I don't mean a peach smoothie and a massage. Oh, I'm glad to rediscover this location. I totally forgot about this place. I can't last too long here, right? Any final thoughts here? Let's see. But that wasn't a bad episode from the Harry's Law about the guy explaining why he's a Don Juan playboy kind of guy. A simple kind of answer, but it allowed him to following that revelation. He then accepted the love of a girl and was loyal to her, and, because she was nice to him. She was very nice to him. It's kind of surprising that he just treated her like, you know, like the Don Juan treats their girls kind of thing. So he couldn't see that he found a good one, like a catch kind of thing. Because the pain, you transfer the pain to the present. You don't see the present. He couldn't see the present. He only sees the pain of the past. So he's just reacting to the pain of the past. He expects to be dumped, so he's going to be dumped. So he protects himself. He dumps first, and as a circus of girls, to not feel alone or to abandon, because he does the abandoning and brings in others, to abandon them because he brings in others. So he's going to do the dumping because he was dumped by others. And he said the problem is that women treat him like a child, like a novelty act. And he's a kind of like he plays the typical role like the humorous playboy, charming playboy kind of character. Sometimes he's very unlikable, sometimes he's quite likable. It's funny because if you take that character and direct him to good causes, he's excellent, right? But if you direct him to the negative causes, he's really despicable, right? He's got to realize he can get more respect and love if he directs his energy for those other underdog causes kind of thing. Oh, techno thumping. We added our first techno thumping song to our soundtrack. A song called When the Boss Is Coming by a Nigerian pop diva. Her name is Oma Wumi, written as one word, O-M-A-W-U-M-I. A little bit hard to find on the search engine. You gotta type in the whole thing. Oma. Oh no, if you go to Oma Wumi and look up her album called Lasso of Truth, based on the Wonder Woman, right? Lasso of Truth. Wouldn't it be great to have our own lasso of truth to ourselves? Like, wouldn't it be great to have our own lasso of truth and, you know, do it to ourselves and get the truth out, you know, and like feel it kind of thing? Or at least be able to use the lasso of truth on our parents. Come on, parents, tell me the truth. Come on, parents, you know. Maybe you use the lasso of truth. They said it, then you take it away, they forgot it. It'd be like hypnosis, or like the pill thing or whatever. They'd say it, it was evoked out, but there was no nest for it, so it goes down, it comes up, it goes down again, they forget it maybe. Or they remember part of it or something, don't care about it, they can't use it or something. So that's why Mr. Freud gave up on the idea of hypnosis. It doesn't work. You got to be conscious of your experience. Then you heal by the consciousness of it. You don't heal by bypassing the consciousness by using some trick called hypnosis to make the person unaware and then bring it up in that way. It doesn't work like that. So that's the famous transition to the talking cure. Miss Bertha or Anna said, I just want to talk. Come on, guys. Just let me talk. And then she got better and had a reaction or symptoms or just by talking. They said, oh my God, this is a slow, gentle, manageable way to make the unconscious conscious. Free association. Ride the broccoli boat, the broccoli raft, or whatever you want to call it. Inside Out too. Yeah, these orange cushions remind me of anxiety, right? Anxiety, Inside Out too. So one new recent self-help exercise added to our collection is if you do feel anxiety, imagine that character within it, talk to him or her, talk to that person. Hello there, anxiety, what's going on? Just see what you say. It doesn't cure anything, but it helps to soothe yourself for the moment kind of thing. Well, yeah, it's better to sit here because at the other bench the people are passing in front. Actually, on second thought, what if I did just buy a drink and sit there, just sit right there? Oh my God. And then if it gets too hot, I'll jump in the pool. That's a thought, eh? Bring a bathing suit, jump in the pool to cool off and continue the video. Oh my God, that's a thought. They might even, or just have a shower. They might just have showers here. Let's see. Do they have showers? Yeah, they do. I see a shower here. my God, yeah, they have a shower over there. That's a thought, eh? Let me look at the menu here. Hold a second. Coffee, okay, yeah. That's possible. And next time, yeah. See you next time, yeah. That's possible. Look at that. I could buy a coffee. Let's check this out. Am I really gonna bring my? That means I'd have to hit every 10 minutes. I'd have to take a shower if I sit out here. Let's see. Let's see if I do a video. All these people right there. Oh, and then you got people nearby as well. Oh, he's still dealing with all the guests. See, theoretically, I could. If I'm lucky and it's not too busy here, I could buy a coffee here, or just go inside and cool off, come back. Oh my God, I can't believe this. No idea. Would that work? Oh, is it noisy? Is it too noisy here? Can you hear me okay? The question is, could I do like a 3-hour video like this? Let's see what. Now it's 6 o'clock. What if I came here? What if it went from 3 to 6? And if I need to cool off, why am I telling you? Talk about anxiety. Anxiety. And embarrassment is pushing the button. Embarrassment. Don't tell people your personal details like this. Come on. You're right, embarrassment. Thanks for pushing. Thanks for jumping at the console. Okay, let's wrap it up. Yeah, let's wrap it up here. Okay, comic psychoanalysis. Rule My Soul speech by Kristen Wilson. You pick one of the 5 here. Bruce Springsteen. 4 missions. 4 missions in this video, should you choose to accept it. And I'll see you in the next video. With the love of narrative medicine. I'll see you in the next video. And, oh, you know what? Oh, maybe. Hang on. Can I get one of these flowers in here? What about this here? Can I get that one in? Okay, for the love of narrative medicine, I'll see you in the next video.